A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the Goldbergs. And now, the Goldbergs. If it isn't one thing, it's another at the Goldbergs. And right now, the other thing is Seymour's sister, Jessie. She's arrived at the Goldbergs to see her brother. And she has an important message to communicate to the Goldberg family. Just exactly what it is, Molly doesn't know. But Seymour knows, and he's agitated beyond words, because he's been very, very indiscreet. Meanwhile, Jake can't stand the thought that another house guest may have descended on him. Listen.
Molly, tell me, answer me. Why did you tell her to make herself comfortable?
Oh, Jake, please.
Who and what is Seymour's sister to me?
So if I told her to go upstairs and make herself comfortable, so what?
I don't want it.
What?
In my house, I want to be comfortable. Why is it that everybody else is always made comfortable in my house except me? Why?
All right. All right. When she comes downstairs, so I'll tell her to be uncomfortable. All right?
No, it's not all right.
Oh, so tell me what's all right and I'll do it.
Is our house the only stopping-off place from New York? What am I running here? A tourist cabin for 7 million people? This is my home, Molly. And I don't keep boarders, and I don't want every baby, Shirley, and Beatrice making themselves comfortable here.
All right, Jake,
My
please.
sister down yet?
That's all I need now, huh?
Come in, Seymour.
My sister down yet?
No, she's not, Seymour. And listen,
Mrs. Goldberg, I want you to tell my sister Betty to go home because there's a late bus and she could easily...
Rosalie?
Did you tell me what she came for, Seymour?
Rosalie, take up a towel
I'll
for
take
Brady.
it up.
I don't think you know where they are, Seymour.
Just tell me.
Well, they're in the closet on the right.
No, Molly, huh? Quick. What are you standing? Go dry her face.
Oh, Jack, please.
For 8 long months, I didn't have enough, huh? I need this yet, huh? When she leaves, I'll come home. Not before.
Oh, Jack. Oh, no. I wonder what go up and see about it, too. Yes, please.
May I see you privately, please?
What's wrong, Seymour?
Excuse me, Miss Goldberg. Whatever my sister tells you, Miss Goldberg, please.
I don't know what it is. The minute I smell fresh air, I can't catch my breath.
Brady, I'm asking you to be a little more delicate and spare my feelings and embarrassment.
That's up to my discretion.
Miss Goldberg, Rosie, please, I must talk to you outside, please.
Well, Miss Brady, evidently it must be something very special that she came all this
Very special. Very to us. To me and to my mother. My mission is very important.
Well,
May I sit down?
please, or why
I
not?
haven't had a thing in my mouth since 11 o'clock this morning, but no matter.
Well, I'll fix it.
Oh, no, thank you. No matter. I thought I saw a man walking around before, did I?
Yes, Mr. Goldberg, my husband, my son, they had some business to attend to, and,
Okay, it doesn't matter.
but Miss Brady, is there
I
something...
left my pocketbook upstairs. Excuse me.
But what is the pocketbook?
I have to show them to you before you'll understand, and they're in my pocketbook.
But, I mean, what
I'll
can you...
be right down. Blood is not water, Mrs. Goldberg. That's why I'm here.
I know.
Seymour's happiness is more to me than my own. I made my mistakes, and I reaped what I sowed. K.O. But with Seymour, it's going to be different. Excuse me.
Oh. Hello? Family? Yeah, Mama. Mama's talking. What's the matter? It's not a clear line. I'm talking loudly. Better? Yes, what is it, family? Yeah. Still here. I don't know. She went upstairs to look in her pocketbook something. She's got to talk to me, something very important, very special. I don't know, Seymour's nervous. Nonsensical, evidently. Listen, family. Papa went to the mill, very exasperated. Because he's upset because they got the company. So what can I do? Maybe she'll go on the last bus. Yes. I don't know, darling. When I know, I'll let you know. Important it can be. All right, Penny. What's that? No, I didn't got any mail. No telegram from Miss Allison, no. Well, we'll evidently hear shortly. All right, dear. All right. Goodbye, dear. Yes, I will. Bye.
Mama, darling. Mama, darling.
What's the Mama, darling?
Show you the letters.
What letters?
The letters. She had no right to read them.
Read what? Whose letters? What letters, Rosalie?
Seymour's letters.
So what?
She had no right to read them, and I'm not an obstacle.
Say slowly, please. I don't like when you get hysterical. Stop. You quiet. Quiet, no? I don't like when you get hysterical. What's with letters? What's with
She
letters?
had no right to read them. I'm not an obstacle to anybody's success.
Obstacle? Letters? What, Rosalie?
Seymour wrote them, Mama, darling. He wrote letters to his mother about me.
Seymour wrote letters to Mother about you?
And I'm not an obstacle to his career.
Rosalie, go upstairs, please.
Wait, Miss Goldberg. Wait, Rosie, please. It's so hard for you to understand what I did. I confided my feelings to my mother. Who else? A man's best friend is his mother. So I told her. I didn't dare tell you the extent of my feelings, so I wrote letters. It was only my way of expressing myself.
Express yourself hereafter without mentioning my name, Seymour Fingerhoods.
Miss Goldberg, I just want to...
Excuse me for doing my way.
Okay, Mrs. Goldberg, right here.
Baby,
I demand my letters.
They're not yours, they're Mama's.
But I wrote them from the depths of my feelings.
Who are you to have feelings? What right have you to have feelings? Have you made anything out of yourself yet? Can you afford to have feelings? Mama is still living in a walk-up on the 4th floor.
You could be living on the 3rd floor if it wasn't for you. Whose baby tonsils took my small capital with which I wish to open a store? Mine or yours?
Would my baby help it if she had tonsils?
That's why Mama's living on the 4th floor.
And if you go on as heretofore, she'll be living on the 5th.
All right, baby.
Does it bother you that she waits and prays for the day when you will come home and say, "Here, Mama, you can move into an elevated"? No. You run and play and care not what happens.
I love Mama as much as you do, Bertie. So far, I haven't brought home a spouse and moved into the living room.
That's right. Throw my baby into my face. Go ahead.
If you'll excuse me, if you'll explain what...
Excuse me, Mrs. Goldberg. This is something that has to be settled once and for all.
I refuse to discuss the matter any longer with you, Seymour.
You? Who brought it up, me? Did I mention it or did you?
I don't see how even in the letter...
Excuse me. I'll have you to know, Seymour, that I'm older than you. I know whereof I speak. Learn from me. Let me be a lesson.
I can do without lessons. I'm master of my own soul.
And who's master of your obligations, Seymour? Of your duty to Mama and to our family. Without our knowledge, without a thought to the future, you plunge. You plunge, Seymour, without a care and a thought.
Excuse me, I'll be in the kitchen.
Where did I plunge? I merely wrote.
You merely said, let me read you what you wrote, Seymour. Let me refresh your memory.
I demand those letters.
Listen, just listen. Listen to what you wrote.
Bertie.
It's night now, and the thought and image of Miss
Bertie, I'm not
Goldberg
anymore,
are strong in my mind.
You know, I'm not
Dear Mama, how can I express to you the feelings which animate my heart?
Bertie.
Mama, darling, did you ever see a ray of sunshine enter your window in the morning? That's how I felt when Miss Goldberg entered my life.
Bertie, I
The
don't want my
image of Miss Goldberg.
Bertie,
So
no, I'm not
long
saying
my
those are my
mind.
letters,
The
Bertie.
feelings
I want
of
those
Miss-
letters.
Go on, hear my soul.
As Molly would say, Seymour has stirred himself a nice kettle of fish. And when Jake finds out, the kettle will be stirred further. And be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs, written for you by Gertrude Bird. And now we say goodbye for the makers of Duz, the new kind of granulated soap for all 3 kinds of wash.
Straight Nuts Flakes program, the first radio program to come to you from Williams Field near Chandler, Arizona, and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis A. Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. other night I saw a movie about a young man as rich and distinctive as the rich, distinctive flavor of grape nuts flakes. And he met a young girl as truly appealing as an appealing bowl full of grape nuts flakes. And when they got married, they lived as happily as folks who have that grand-tasting grape nuts flakes at breakfast every morning. Well, friends, the moral of the story is just this. You'll find malty, rich, sweet as a nut grape nuts flakes. The grape nuts flakes bring you your form of delicate, toasty brown flakes. A flavor that's utterly distinctive because it's a two-grain blend of sun-ripened wheat and malted barley, toasted golden brown and crisp. Grape nut flakes, America's fastest-growing cereal. So, for a smooth-tasting, delicious breakfast treat, ask for grape nuts flakes in the thrifty 12-ounce package. Mr. Jones, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Williamsfield near Chandler, Arizona, we bring you a man who, after a week under the blazing Arizona sun, no longer looks like a frog's belly in the moonlight, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Frog's belly in the moonlight. Jello again. Grape nut flakes again. This is Jack Benny speaking. And Don, although you put it rather crudely, there's no question about it. I do look much better with my desert tan.
Yes, Jack, you certainly do.
Well, why not? I'm outdoors all the time, horseback riding, swimming. I tell you, Don, I feel like $1 million. 25,000. You can't feel like $1 million anymore. You know, Don, this Arizona sunshine seems to have done you a lot of good, too.
Oh, it has, Jack. Every afternoon I've been taking a sun bath up on the roof of my hotel.
You take sun baths on the roof? That's a little dangerous, isn't it?
What do you mean, dangerous?
Well, there are a lot of planes flying around here, and from 10,000 feet, you must look like a landing field. Really, I'm not kidding.
Oh, now be reasonable, Jack. From 10,000 feet in the air, I look like an ant.
Well, it must be that fat ant of yours that lives in Denver. I know a landing field when I see one. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Well, get a load of you. What a tan you've got.
Haven't I, though? Tell you, Mary, I look just like those toasty brown grape nut flakes.
Yeah, but you still shake like Jell-O.
I do not. I'm the picture of health. Gosh, I've been outdoors all week.
Well, why don't you get a room?
I've got a room. I'm living at the Arizona Biltmore, and what a ritzy place that is.
The Arizona Biltmore isn't even opened yet.
All right, so I have to make my own bed. A little bending over isn't going to hurt. But that hotel is lovely. You kids will have to come out and visit me.
Oh, I'd love to, Jack. Which room are you in?
Oh, you can't miss it. It's the one with the boards knocked off the window. But do come over.
Imagine moving into a hotel that isn't even open. That's the cheapest thing I ever...
All right, forget it. Where are you living?
I'm at the Westford Ho, and it's one of the most beautiful hotels in Phoenix.
It is, eh?
But you wouldn't like it. It's got maids and bellboys and telephones and everything.
You're right. I'd rather rough it at the Biltmore. That's me, huh?
Tell me, Mary, have you been having a lot of fun this week in Phoenix?
Soldiers and cowboys? How can I miss?
You're always thinking of men. What's the matter with you?
Perfectly normal. Look it up.
I don't mean that.
Hey, Jackson, ain't it wonderful here in Arizona? They ain't nothing like them wide open spaces.
Oh, hello, Phil. Yes, it is. And the climate is so grand.
Yeah, this air's a nut. That's because there's very little humidity.
Who what?
Humidity, stupid. That means no moisture.
I know what it means. I also know how to pronounce it, but I'll be darned if I'll tell you. Say, where are you living, Melonhead? See, I'm glad I put that in, you know. kidding, Phil. Where,
Well, look, Jackson, I'm staying at a beautiful place. It's called the Camelback Inn.
Well, at the Camelback, eh? Having a good time?
Well, I've gone without water for 7 days.
Well, that's typical of you, Phil. You come to a beautiful place like this and you don't get any rest at all.
What are you talking about? I'm under the bed every night by 10 o'clock.
Well, Phil, I'd like to ask you why you don't sleep on top of the bed, but I know your orchestra is there. By the way, you and your boys came all the way from Hollywood on the Santa Fe bus, did you?
All but my guitar player. He bought a new pair of shoes and he wanted to break them in.
Oh, my goodness. Now I've heard everything.
Say, Mr. Benny, I was wondering if I could dedicate my song tonight to my...
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello. Say, Mr. Benny, I was wondering if I could dedicate...
What? What did you say?
I was wondering if I could dedicate my...
How do you feel out here in the desert, kid?
Oh, fine.
Good.
I had a slight case of cactus in my seat, but it's all out now.
Well, there's a lot of it going around. You know? I know about that.
Jack backed into a cactus the other night.
Never mind.
And he had to take off his pants with a pair of tweezers.
All right.
Say, Mr. Benny, I was wondering if I could dedicate my song tonight to a girlfriend of mine. I'm singing Conchita.
Oh, is that your girlfriend's name?
No.
Conchita?
No, Babe Mark.
Well, what's the connection between Conchita and Babe Mark?
Well, she Conchita more than any girl I ever met.
Dennis, you better get a big hat. The sun here is taking advantage of you.
He was a handsome young Irish lad. She was a Mexican beauty. It was siesta and I might add, romantically he was in beauty. A boy and a girl neath a star. I can tell it in 64 bars. His Irish heart went bingo when he saw the Rose of Juarez. Conchita, Marquita, Lolita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita Lopez. Oh, you're a lovely thing, oh. For me, there's but one girl, he says. Conchita, Marquita, Lolita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita Lopez. Mandolin began to play, and her lips were there to kiss. As they danced, I heard him say, New Jersey was never like this. And the bells began to ring low as they rolled away on a mule. To prove I'm not joking, if you're in Hoboken, drop in for a minute and you'll meet Conchita, Marquita, Lolita, Pepita, Rosita, Juanita O'Toole. And there's little Teresa, Maria, Elisa, and Patsy, and Molly, and Mike, and Jose, and Pancho, and Pedro, and Sancho, and Tommy, and Timmy, and Spike. Of course there are others, they're sisters and brothers. They're older and they go to school. There's no more to my song now. Oh, I'll run along now. That's all Lopez and O'Toole.
That was Conchita Rosita Lopez, sung by Dennis Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have a very important announcement to make. Last Monday afternoon, Jack Benny went to an official automobile graveyard in Los Angeles and contributed his famous Maxwell to the junk salvage drive.
Yep, little Maxie is going to do her bit in the war effort.
So at this time, folks, we would like to reenact for you all that took place on that historic occasion.
God, did I make history?
Why, certainly. They want to take Paul Revere out of the school books and put you in.
No, stop. I know better than that.
John Paul Revere. What a sailor he was.
Oh, quiet. Continue, Don.
Jack felt that his whole radio gang should be present to take a farewell ride in that old jalopy. So he told us to be at his house at 3 o'clock sharp, and we'd all ride to the junkyard.
Oh, imagine turning a car like this into the junk pile. Why, the motor is in wonderful condition.
Wonderful condition?
Yes.
I lifted up the hood yesterday and the spark plug was playing Ring Around the Fan Belt.
That's a lie because I'm wearing the fan belt. You know, fellas, I realize I could give my car to the salvage drive, but, gee, you can't blame a fella for being blue and all choked up.
Did the laundry shrink your collar?
No! Pay attention. It's sentimental. Take it easy, Rochester. No use getting another ticket for speeding.
Holy smoke, Jackson. You mean to say you got a ticket for speeding in this car?
That's right, Mr. Harris. Our bumper got hooked to a fire truck.
I don't care how it happened. We were going like the wind. Now watch what you're doing, Rochester, and grab a hold of the steering wheel.
I'll catch it the next time it comes by.
Well, you better. God. Imagine after all these years parting with my little Maxwell.
Oh, boy. Hey, look at that gorgeous blonde standing on the corner there.
Where? Who? What? Where? Oh, yeah, I see her.
Oh, Jack, put down that telescope.
Well, I know the girl. It's Shirley Truebus. Hello, Shirley. Remember me?
Jeepers, yes.
Turn here, Rochester. That junkyard is down on Western Avenue. It ought to be around here somewhere.
There's the sign, Jack. Official automobile graveyard.
Oh, yeah. Turn in here, Rochester.
Okay.
And watch that curve.
Easy does it.
Well, that's it, fellas. That was our last trip. Our last ride in the Maxwell.
I'll buy a drink.
Never mind. Hello.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I'm Jack Benny. Are you the head man in this junkyard?
I'm not wearing this carnation in my overalls for nothing.
Oh, yes. Well, I've got a car here I'd like to turn into the salvage drive. This is it right here.
Well, we do need junk, but aren't you overdoing it, old man?
Look, buddy, scrap is scrap. Now, how much am I offered?
The rate we're paying here is $7 a ton, so I can give you about $7.50.
$7.50? Now, wait a minute, mister. I've got a lot of extras on this car. For instance, the radio and the fog light, this cigarette lighter.
What cigarette lighter?
Right there.
That's a candle.
Well, if you can't light a cigarette with a candle, brother, you ought to give up smoking. Now, how much am I offered?
It's still $7.50.
Oh.
Now, you can have cash, but if you like, I'll pay you in war stamps.
Well, I'll take the war stamp.
Yes, sir. Would you like a wet sponge, or have you strength enough to lick them?
Yes, give me the stamp. I'll handle it. Thanks. Well, that's that.
Come on, Jack, let's get going.
Yep. Got to get going, I guess. Yes, sir.
Come on, Jackson, let's get out of here.
Yep. Got to leave him a little nasty. Oh, well, it's for a good cause. Yep.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
Yeah. Let's go. Well, come on. Come on, Rochester.
I'm coming, boss. I'm coming.
Oh, stop bawling, or you'll have me doing it, too.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Gentlemen, it is several hours later, and Jack has returned to his home in Beverly Hills, and as we pick him up now, it's about bedtime.
5 years. 5 years I've had that little Maxwell. Now it's gone forever. Well, I might as well turn in, I guess. Get my pajamas out, Rochester.
I put a nightshirt right there on the bed, boss.
I don't want a nightshirt. Been getting cold lately, and a nightshirt creeps up on me.
This one won't do any creeping. I put stirrups on it.
Good. I don't think I'll bother creaming my face tonight. Really, I'm too tired. My complexion is all right.
But I got some new stuff from the drugstore. Betty Bunker's Beauty Balm.
What's that?
It says here, put it on and take a snooze, clears up wrinkles on face and shoes.
Well, just put it on my shoes tonight. I'm all in. Here, hang up my pants and undershirt. Well, good evening, Mr. Billingsley.
Good evening, Mr. Benny. Fit for your physical, I see.
No, I'm just getting ready for bed. I've been very restless lately,
Well, in that case, you must try one of my new sleeping pills. Here you are.
But, Mr. Billingsley, this isn't a pill. It's a baseball bat.
Well, if that doesn't do the trick, you ought to see a doctor.
Well, thanks anyway.
Don't mention it. Good night, Mr. Benny.
Good night.
Oh, I haven't seen her in years.
He's a strange fellow. Boy, am I all in.
Pleasant dreams, boss. Brace yourself.
Rochester, put down that baseball bat. You're as bad as he is. Gosh, this bed sure feels good. Although how I can sleep with my Maxwell all busted up in that junkyard, I don't know.
Boss, why don't you look at it this way? Before you know it, the scrap from your car is going to be part of a battleship or a tank or an airplane.
Gee.
I tell you, boss, if everybody in the country turned in their old junky cars and dug up all the scrap they could, there wouldn't be no shortage of nothing, especially victory.
You're right, Rochester.
Absolutely right. Well, good night.
Good night, Mr. Benny. If your hot water bottle springs a leak, just put a Band-Aid on it.
I will.
No wonder I'm tired.
Gee, I practically helped Henry Kaiser build a ship today.
Gosh, just think. Little Maxie's going to be a ship. Or a tank.
Or maybe an airplane. $7 a ton.
Calling Bombardier Benny. Report to commanding officer immediately.
Bombardier Benny? Gee, that's me. I'm a bombardier.
Calling Bombardier Benny.
Coming, sir. Bombardier Benny reporting. Did you call me, sir?
Yes. What kept you?
Sorry, I was creaming my face. What's up, sir?
There's a bomber waiting outside, and you're assigned to the crew. Your destination is Tokyo.
Tokyo?
Yes. Are you ready?
I sure am, Colonel Bridget. I'm all set to shove off.
Good. You'll find your bomber on the north runway. The pilot's warming up the plane now.
Wait a minute. I forgot my radio, my fog light, and my cigarette lighter.
Here's a candle.
A candle?
Yes. If you can't light a cigarette with a candle, you ought to take off that fan belt.
Gee, the Colonel's in a happy mood today. Oh, boy, Tokyo. I'm going to blow that joint to smithereens, or my name ain't Bombardier Benny. See, look at all those bombers. I wonder which one is mine.
Your plane is coming right up.
Where? Well, it's my Maxwell. Only it's got wings on it. Maxie, speak to me. It knows me. Gee, it's nice up here. How high are we, Rochester?
10,000 feet, boys.
Good. At $7 a ton, that's a fortune. Well, we're off to Tokyo.
We sure are.
Oh, there's a red light up ahead. Slow down, Rochester.
Red light, that's the sun.
Well, it just turned green. Step on it. Look at that water down there. Is that the Pacific Ocean Navigator?
It sure is, Jackson.
Phil Harris. Are you the navigator, Phil?
I ain't wearing this carnation in my nose for nothing.
Oh, yes. Where are we, Phil?
Well, according to the calculations I just computed on my Mercator chart, we're at the Venus of the Apex, longitude 42, latitude 51, and a wind velocity of $7 a ton.
What does that mean? Where are we?
St. Joe, Missouri.
They love me there. Come on, we got to get to Tokyo. Gee, I hope we brought enough bombs with us.
Cigars, cigarettes, bombs. You can't have any fun over Tokyo without a bomb.
I'll take a few of those, miss.
You want a wet sponge with them, or can you drop them yourself?
Yourself? Oh, I haven't seen her in years. What's the matter, Rochester?
We're running into bad weather, boss. Look at that cloud up ahead.
Where? Well, I know that cloud. It's Don Wilson. Hiya, Don.
Hello, Jack. Where are you going?
Tokyo.
Good. I rained all over it last night.
Do you want to come along with us, Carl?
I'd love to, but I got to float back to America now and tell everybody about America's fastest-growing cereal. Those toasty brown, sweet as a nut, grape nut flakes. There you go again. It's great, great.
Well, come on, Harris, you're the navigator. Which way is Tokyo?
I'll have to check my position by radio.
Tune it in.
And so, chin up, but with tear-dimmed eyes. We find Sally Yoshimoto waiting for her husband Togo.
That's the Japanese radio. We must be on the beam, all right. We've got to get ready. Where's our machine gunner, Shirley Truebucket?
Here I am, Mr. Benny.
Good. Well, we're on the way, fellas. It won't be long now. Hey, who's that passing us?
It's Jimmy Doolittle.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Jimmy.
Hiya, Jack.
Good old Doolittle. Follow him, Rochester. He knows where Tokyo is. Gee, it Ought to be around here someplace.
Look, Mr. Benny, there's a big island right down below it. And that city there in the middle of it is Tokyo.
Tokyo? Now get set, Harris. We're going into a dive.
I wouldn't drink with them lousy lights for $1 million.
No, I didn't mean that. We're going to get them to work. Come on, men. Let's start dropping these bombs. Why do those buildings blow up? Look at that bamboo fly. There goes another building.
Boss, wake up! Wake up!
And then there goes another one.
Wake up, boss, you're dreaming.
And there goes... Dreaming? Oh, yes. Rochester, I just had the most wonderful dream. I dreamt I was bombing Tokyo.
Tokyo? Did you blow it all up?
Not quite.
Then I'll stir you up a Welsh rabbit. Let's finish the job.
That's an idea. What a dream.
You know, Uncle Sam tells us that one of the most vital industries in America is homemaking. Whereas a homemaker, you help to sustain the health and stamina of the home front. And to help you in that job, our government's National Nutrition Program tells you how to plan menus wisely. To get each day plenty of the essential foods which promote health and vitality. Now, that includes whole grain cereals. Cereals such as delicious toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes. For Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal, so they supply important whole grain food values, such as iron, niacin, and vitamin B1. Food values which every one of us need every day to help keep ourselves in robust, good health. Yes, Grape Nuts Flakes at breakfast will give you a mighty good start on your daily nourishment needs. So for a grand, nutritious breakfast dish that's chock full of delicious flavor, make it malty, rich, sweet as a nut Grape Nuts Flakes tomorrow morning.
The last number of the third program in the Grape Nut Flake series. All kidding aside, ladies and gentlemen, automobile scrap must furnish 5 million of the 30 million tons of steel scrap needed to maintain steel production at its current rate. So sell your old jalopy to an automobile graveyard and help keep the steel mills rolling. I want to thank Colonel Bridget and Colonel Grill for their friendly cooperation here at Williams Field. It was a real pleasure to dedicate this new theater here at the Post.
Fine building, no powder room.
Well, it's for the soldier. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny program is written by Bill Maher and Ed Beloy. This program is for the entertainment of Army personnel and does not necessarily constitute an endorsement of its products by the War Department.
Have you treated your family to Grape Nut Sweet Meal? It's the new hot cereal that's extra nourishing, extra delicious, extra speedy. Grape Nut Sweet Meal is a nourishing whole grain hot cereal. Every tempting, steaming bowlful is rich with the goodness of roasted wheat, with a texture that's smooth but full body. And it cooks in just 3 minutes. So ask your grocer for the rich, hot brown cereal, Grape Nut Sweet Meal. This program came to you from Williams Field in Arizona. This is Broadcasting Company.
Grape Nuts Flakes
The Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis A. Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Send him to work with a smile. That's what you want to do, ladies, isn't it? Because the worker who works with a smile works his best. And you can start your man off with a grin if you start him off with a big, luscious bowlful of delicious, flavorful Grape Nuts Flakes. Your favorite grape nuts flavor, a delicious toasty brown flake form. There's something about that malty, rich, sweet as a nut grape nuts flakes goodness. There's something about that distinctive, different grape nuts flakes flavor that starts your folks off in high. Yes, sir. There's an outstanding difference about grape nuts flakes because they're made a different way. You see, they're a blend of two delicious grains, sun-ripened wheat and malted barley. And grape nuts flakes are toasted to a delicate, crisp golden brown. That's to give them a texture just as swell as their taste. So for a really swell breakfast dish, for a treat that your folks will love to the last crispy spoonful, ask for delicious Grape Nuts Flakes, America's fastest-growing breakfast cereal. That was Gobs of Love as played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who turned in his Maxwell to the junk salvage drive last week.
That's right. No car now.
And this morning came all the way from Beverly Hills on a pogo stick with an off-board motor, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Grape Nuts Flakes again. This is Jack Benny speaking. And Don, a pogo stick is a good mode of transportation, but it's not the one I use today.
Oh, well, how did you come to work? On your bicycle?
No.
Roller skates?
No.
Well, I give up, Jack. How did you get here?
It's simple, Don. I put on my track outfit, bent down on one knee, Rochester untied the goat, and wham, here I am. In fact, I ran all the way.
You should have seen him, Don. He runs like a deer.
Thanks, Mary.
An old, tired deer.
Well, I made it. That's all I know.
Imagine running 10 miles. Why, you must be all worn out, Jack.
No, I feel fine, Don. You see, I had to stay under 35 on account of my rubber shoes. By the way, Mary, how did you get here? Did you have any trouble?
Of course not. I just stood on the corner of Sunset and Roxbury, fixed my garter, and wham, here I
am. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Darn it.
Yes, Jack, it might have worked for you, too. You have rather attractive limbs.
Well,
I've seen better-looking limbs holding up Burma shave ads.
The word is signs there. You got a much bigger laugh on signs. At least, Mary, my legs were good enough to run all the way from Beverly Hills.
I think they were trying to get away from your body.
Oh. Mary, I haven't got my car anymore. I ran to work. Now forget it.
Oh, I just can't get over it, Jack. A man your age running 10 miles.
Oh, for me, that's nothing, Don. Why, the first job I ever had, I used to run up and down all day long. Up and down. Up and down.
My goodness, Jack, what were you doing?
I was a grape smasher in a winery. I had the bluest feet. Oh, really? Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, Mary. Hello, Don. Hello, Phil.
Phil isn't here yet.
Oh, then I'll save it.
Say, kid, how'd you get to the studio today?
It was easy. I paddled here in my canoe.
In a canoe?
It scrapes a little, but you can do it.
You can do it. Nobody else. Say, Don.
No more canoes for me. I nearly got drowned on Vine Street.
What? Dennis, I'd like to find out one thing. How can you get drowned on Vine Street?
Oh, it's a lot of trouble. You got to fall in a manhole.
Well, that'll do it every time, kid. Well, here he is.
Hiya, Jackson. Look who I brung to the program.
Well, I'll be darned. He's got his kid with him. Where's the baby's nurse, Phil?
Alice won't let her go out with us.
Oh. Isn't she cute? Hello, Honeybun. Honeybun, it's your Uncle Jackie. What's the matter with that kid? Every time she sees me, she cries.
Oh, she's probably jealous because you've got big blue eyes and feet to match.
Yeah, that's it.
Why, that's certainly a cute outfit the baby's wearing, Phil.
Oh, look at those little shoes and those panties.
Yeah, ain't them dapper diapers? Oh, they're darling. Say, Phil, we've got a long play to do tonight, so how about giving out with a band number?
Okay, hold the baby. Well, come on, take her.
Okay. I hope she... Oh, well, I'll take a chance. Come here, darling. Come here to your Uncle Jackie. There she goes again.
Well, what'd you do to her, Jack?
I didn't do anything to her. Quiet. Quiet now, darling.
Ladies and gentlemen, while Jack is attempting to calm down Phil's baby, let me tell you about America's most distinctive flake cereal. Those toasty brown, sweeter than a Grape Nuts flake. You will find that Grape Nuts flakes are a thrifty buy on the big 12-ounce economy size package. And be sure to look for Kate Smith's picture on the box.
Well, okay, Phil, let's have your... Kate Smith's picture on the box. Did you say Kate Smith?
Why, certainly. Don't you eat Grape Nuts flakes?
Every morning, but I eat them out of a bowl, not out of the box. Kate Smith. Kate Smith's picture.
Well, after all, Jack, Grape Nuts flakes used to be her program.
Well, it's mine now. She better get off that box. See?
Now, don't get excited, Jackson.
Don't get excited?
Yeah, I came out all right. I wasn't drowned.
Who's talking about you? I want my picture on that box.
Stop jumping up and down. You think you're back at the winery?
I know where I am. I'm going to straighten that picture business out right now.
You better play something, Phil.
Better darn right he better play something. While he's doing it, I'm getting on that phone. Mr. Chapin, the sponsor, is going to hear about this. Hello, operator. Get me long distance. New York. But Mr. Chapin. But, Mr. Chapin, as long as I'm on Grape Nut Flakes program now, my picture ought to be on the box. Sure, Kate Smith is a lovely girl. So am I. I mean, I'm a lovely fella. Now, look, Mr. Chapin, let's not bicker about it. All I want is a direct answer. Is it yes or no? Not so fast. If anything I hate is snap judgment. Now, look, but Mr. Chapin, but Miss,
Try Madam.
But Madam. Please. Now, look at it this way, Mr. Chapin. Mothers all over the country are buying Grape Nut flakes. And the kiddies ought to have a chance to see a picture of their Uncle Jackie. Oh, fine. What's that, Mr. Chapin? Who's trying to get sympathy? That's Phil Harris's baby, not me. All right, take it over, Mr. Chapin, and call me back. Goodbye. Well, that's my fault. After all, what can you accomplish talking over a telephone?
Why don't you put on your tracksuit and run to New York?
Well, I know one thing. I'm going to get my picture on that box.
What box?
Oh, be quiet. Now, let's get started with our play. Now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we are going to present our version of one of the most pretentious pictures of the season. None other than 20th Century Fox's production of that sparkling melodrama, that sophisticated epic, that dramatic thunderbolt, Tales of Manhattan. Thank you, Crumb Cake. Now this picture, which was produced by Boris Morris and S.P. Eagle.
What's the SP for?
He came out from New York on the Southern Pacific. Do you get it, Billy? Now, this picture, among other great performers, featured such famous stars as Charles Boyer, Rita Hayworth, Thomas Mitchell, Ginger Rogers, Edward G. Robinson, and Charles Lawton, all of whom will appear on this program tonight.
Gosh, are all those big stars going to be on our show?
Yes, and they should be here now. Where's our producer? Oh, Mr. Wells.
Yes, Mr. Benny?
Did you get in touch with all those stars and tell them to be here tonight?
Well, let's see. This is going to be embarrassing. I can just feel it.
Oh, for heaven's sake, so you forgot to do it. Well, all I can say is, Welch, you're a fine producer.
Mr. Benny, in my office at Young and Rubicam, I have 12 telephones on my desk.
So what?
If I ever get them untangled, watch my smoke.
Couldn't call him up. He couldn't think of it.
Well, what are we going to do, Jackson?
Well, I'll think of something.
Say, Mr. Benny, I'll bet our play will never top the one Fred Allen did last week.
Allen? Oh, is Nasal Hazel back on the air? The last I heard of him, he was at the Mayo Brothers Clinic.
Oh, did they operate on Allen?
No, Don. There were so many things wrong with him, they just gave him a good luck charm and sent him home. Well, so much for good news. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our play will go on immediately after. I'll take it. Probably Mr. Chapin calling back. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. What do you want?
Boss, you know that buggy you bought to take the place of the Maxwell?
Yes, what about the buggy?
Well, I've been trying, but I can't get Carmichael to pull it.
Now, wait a minute, Rochester. With a little training, my polar bear can become just as gentle and easy to handle as a horse.
But that bear's in an ugly mood. It's wintertime, and he's supposed to be sleeping.
This is war. Let him stay up. Now, Rochester, all you got to do is put the harness on him.
Speaking of that harness, he had it on me 3 times today.
Oh, he was just being playful. Did you put the bit in his mouth?
Yeah, and he chewed it up like bubble gum.
Well, that's your fault. If he doesn't behave, give him a good rap on the nose.
A rap on the nose?
Yes.
Help is hard to get now, boss. Don't kick it around.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Well, let it go, and tomorrow morning I'll do the job myself. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
Are you coming home to dinner tonight?
Of course I'm coming home to dinner.
Okay. You'll have to go, honey.
Honey, Rochester! Honey, he can't be talking to Carmichael. Sing, Dennis.
Along. My lonely days are over, and life is like a song. At last, the skies above are blue. My heart was wrapped in clover the night I looked at you. I found a dream that I can speak to, a dream that I can call my own. I found a thrill to press my cheeks to, a thrill I've never known. You smiled, and then past. And here we are in heaven, for you are mine at last. I found a dream that I can speak to, a dream that I can call my own. I found a thrill to press my cheek to, a thrill I've never known. You smile, and then the spell was cast, and here we are in heaven, for you are mine.
At last, sung by Dennis Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction this evening, the Benny, acting as our meat, but we've been ration players, will present that sensational melodrama, Pants of Manhattan.
That's Tales of Manhattan, isn't it, Jack?
Of course it is, Don. I was just trying for a gag.
I can't stand a guy that presses, even if it's pants.
No, sit down. Melonhead again. So here we go, folks, with our feature attraction. And as a special treat, I am playing the triple part of Charles Boyer, Charles Lawton, and Edward G. Robinson.
This I gotta see.
You'll see it, don't worry. Take it, Mr. Wilson.
Presenting Pants of Manhattan with that all-star cast, Jack Benny.
Thank you.
If you remember the picture, ladies and gentlemen, the opening sequence presented a tense love triangle featuring Rita Hayworth as the wife, Thomas Mitchell as the husband, and Charles Boyer as the other man.
That is me. Charles Boyer.
Oh, pull up your eyelids.
The scene is the trophy room of the Long Island estate of Mr. Thomas Mitchell, the famous big game hunter. Mr. Mitchell is talking to his wife.
Darling, I love you. You can't leave me, do you hear? You can't leave me.
I'm sorry, Thomas, but I'm afraid this is the end.
What about our children? Our children that I play with every day.
We haven't any children. They belong to the family next door.
Oh, so that's why they're older than I am.
It's no use, Thomas. I'm leaving you at once.
I know. It's another man. Tell me his name, Rita. Tell me his name and I'll kill him. Like in the picture.
No, you'll never know, Thomas. You'll never know the name of the man I love. Oh, Charles, darling. At last you're here.
Rita, my beautiful. Kiss me.
Excuse me, Mr. Boyer. Now, come on, Rita. What's the name of that other man?
Go away. Oh, Rita, my darling. Close your eyes and kiss me again.
How else can I do it?
Rita, I love you.
Pardon me, Mr. Boyer. Now, listen, Rita. I wish you'd tell me who your lover is so I can go out and shoot him.
He is to speak. Rita, my beautiful. Does your husband know about M.E.?
I don't think so. In fact, I'm P-O-S-I-T-I-V-E.
P-O-S? Give me that again, will you?
Well, I must go now, sweetheart. I will see you later.
Wait. These secret meetings can't go on any longer. I must tell my husband the name of my lover.
Rita, be careful. He has a gun.
His name, Thomas, is Charles Boyer.
Yes, you might as well know. I love your wife, and she's going away with me. Far, far away.
How far can you go on 4 gallons a week?
That is my worry. Come, Rita, let us go.
Oh, no, you don't. Take that.
Ooh. I am shoe. Right in the pants of Manhattan.
Charles, speak to me. You've killed him, Thomas. You've killed him.
Oh, everything is going black. I cannot see. I am dying. Hello? Who? Mr. Shapin? What? Very well. Naturally, if you feel that Kate Smith's picture should stay on the box, that is all right with me. What do I care? I am dying. Dying, I tell you. Dying.
Another colorful episode in the Tales of Manhattan occurred when Mr. Charles Lawson, as a poor but talented musician, received an opportunity to perform at Carnegie Hall. Now, in our play, Mr. Lawson's part will be portrayed by Jack Benny, that eminent.
Eminent what?
The scene is backstage at Carnegie Hall. Mr. Lawson is waiting to go on. Mr. Christian! Mr. Christian! Where is my violin? Under your chin, sir. And tell me, Mr. Christian, did you sew up the bullet hole in these pants I got from Boyer? I couldn't find a needle and thread, so I put a cork in it. Now listen, Mr. Christian. I will walk out on that stage and play my violin as it has never been played before.
Hey, when are you going to do Charles Lawton?
I am doing him now. For my first number, ladies and gentlemen, I will play the Meditation from Thais by Barney Dean. Take it again. There goes that bloomin' cork. Now for my next selection.
Ha-ha! I'll teach you to play around with my wife. Take that.
Oh. I am shoe. Right in the pants of Manhattan.
Another outstanding sequence in the Tales of Manhattan when was Edward G. Robinson, once a prominent lawyer, but now a Bowery derelict, is invited to a reunion of his college classmates. Mr. Robinson's part will be played by none other than Jack Benny, that talented.
Talented what?
The following scene takes place during the height of a banquet when the college men discover that their former classmate is now a bum.
Yeah. They invited me to come up here, yeah. You thought I was a businessman, yeah. Well, I ain't, see? I'm just a Bowery bum, see? But you stuffed shirts wouldn't understand that. No. No, Edward, my boy. I ain't blaming you, Professor Harris. It ain't your fault, see?
I can't understand it. You was the most prominent student in my class. Why, you could speak everything from Italian to Egyptian.
Oh, yeah?
Good heavens, lad, ain't there nothing I learned you stuck in your bean?
What?
Say, which one of you is Robinson?
I am, see? And if anybody's around here looking for trouble, I'm the guy that can get 'em. Yeah. I'm tough, see? And that reminds me. There's something else I want to take care of right now. Hello, operator. You're in New York, see? New York? I want to speak to Mr. Chapin of General Foods, see? Hello, Chapin. Let me tell you something. I read about enough of this, see? Either Kate Smith's picture goes off that box, see? And my picture goes on, see? Or I ain't working next Sunday. Yeah.
Oh, for heaven's sake, do you realize who you're talking to?
I know what I'm doing. Now get away from me, see? What do you want?
I thought I told you to stay away from my wife.
Ooh. I am shoot. Right in the pants of Manhattan.
Ladies, when you budget your food dollars this week, make it certain that a part of each food dollar goes to the purchase of cereals. Whole grain cereals such as Grape Nuts Flakes. Now, why do I say that? Why, it's because whole grain cereals are a plentiful, thrifty source of food essentials all of us need every day for really robust good health. And you can't do better than choose Grape Nuts Flakes. For delicious, toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal, so they provide essential whole grain food values, including iron and two of the important B vitamins, niacin and vitamin B1, both so necessary for steady nerves and abundant energy. And that whole grain nourishment is really economical food value, for when you buy Grape Nuts Flakes in the big 12-ounce economy package, it costs you but a penny a serving, a small price to pay for so much goodness. All-around nourishment plus rich, distinctive flavor. So give the folks a swell start for the day. You can do it the Grape Nuts Flakes way.
Friends, for hot breakfast with more smiles per mouthful, serve your folks delicious hot Grape Nuts wheat meal. It's extra delicious, extra nutritious. It cooks extra fast. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. When Phil's children turn to him for help in writing a letter, it seems to him harmless enough. But how he parlays this simple request into trouble with Uncle Sam, we'll see in a moment. First, a word from RCA Victor. A puppy is a child's best playmate, and you can help your boy or girl win one of the 100 live puppies offered by RCA Victor to the winners of RCA Victor's Little Nipper Riddle Contest. Here's all you do. Go to your record dealer and get the rules of the contest and the latest Little Nipper record, called The Little Nipper March and Little Nipper Riddles. Play the record at home and let your youngster answer the riddles. Then, tear off the entry blank on the record wrapper and have your boy or girl, in 25 words or less, write why he'd like to own a Little Nipper puppy. That's all there is to it. In addition to the 100 puppies, 1,000 other boys and girls will win a beautiful latex replica of Little Nipper. Yes, if you have a child between 4 and 12 years old, have him enter RCA Victor's Little Nipper Riddle Contest tomorrow. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Every year at this time, the American husband is confronted with his worst enemy, that dreaded scourge, spring cleaning. The Harris household is right in the midst of it. Alice has everybody in the family working. 2 days ago, she assigned Phil and Frankie to the job of cleaning downstairs. And that's the last she saw of them.
Curly?
What?
How much longer we have to hide under the house?
Oh, not much longer. Alice should be finished with the cleaning by tomorrow. She's a pretty fast worker.
Mm-hmm.
All she has left to do is to put up the screens, paper the hall bedroom, retile the bathroom, and vulcanize my rubber duck.
That's a lot of heavy work for a woman. Don't you think she ought to have a man helping her?
Certainly she should. But I've racked my brain. I can't think of anybody.
Why don't you help her?
Oh, you've been under the house too long, kid. You're getting stir-crazy. Besides, we did help her. She told us to clean out the refrigerator, and we did. Finished every bottle of beer in there.
That reminds me, we don't have any beer left, Curly. Think we ought to sneak out and get some more?
No, nothing doing. If Alice sees me, she'll put me right to work like she did last year. Man, that nearly killed me.
What'd she make you do?
She gave me a chamois, a jar of polish, and made me shine all her silver. Took me 3 weeks to do it.
3 weeks just to shine her silver?
Takes time to clean 100,000 silver dollars. Both sides. You know, I ain't gonna let the old man on there be shabby. You know, I gotta say.
You know, that's the kind of job I've been looking for all my life. A money cleaner. Anytime Alice wants her old bills dry cleaned or her annuities renovated, anything like that, I'd be...
Where are you, Mrs. Harris? Oh, something terrible just happened. I must tell you all about it. Can you come out for a moment, please?
Oh, great. Here comes our neighbor with the 4 tongues.
Did you call me, Mrs. Stewart? Oh, I'm so upset, Mrs. Harris. I'm just a bundle of nerves. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, it's just awful. Simply awful, I tell you.
Well,
I know you don't want to hear my troubles, so I'll tell you. Now, of course, if you don't want to hear them, you just say so.
Well, I am busy, and
I knew you'd want to hear them. Do you know that Cuddles sneaked out of the house and I can't find him anyplace? He's always doing that. Oh, it's so exasperating. Have you seen my Cuddles?
No, I haven't, but I heard a noise under my house a little while ago. Maybe he's under there.
Oh, that's probably where he is. Cuddles? Cuddles, are you under there? Now you answer me or I'll come in and get you.
What do we do now?
Make a noise like Cuddles so she'll go away.
I'd like to, but I can't.
Why not?
I don't know if Cuddles is her dog, her cat, or her husband.
In that case, there's only one thing to do. Leave it to me.
Cuddles, answer me. Are you under the house or aren't you? Meow.
Ruff! No, dear. That covers everything.
Yeah.
I heard a noise under there. Now come on out, Cuddles, you naughty little bulldog, you. I know you're there. I can see your beady eyes and your drooping jowls. Then if you won't come out, I'll have to reach under there and drag you out by your collar. There, now I've got hold of you.
Let go of my neck. Who do you think you're pulling, lady? Let go.
Why, shame on you, you bad doggy, you talking back to Mother like that. Oh, my goodness, this isn't Cuddles.
Did you find your dog, Mrs. Stewart?
No, this isn't my dog, Mrs. Harris. It's yours.
I ain't no dog.
Hey, wait a minute. I recognize that voice. Come out from under the house.
All right, Alice, we're coming. Come on, Ramblin'.
Oh, I might have known it was you, too.
My goodness, you find the strangest things under houses. Do you suppose they grew there?
Mrs. Stewart, this one is my husband.
Oh, what a wonderful place to keep a husband. You know, it's possibly ingenious. I always keep my husband George locked in the attic, but this is a much better place. Keeps him out of your way and he gets fresh air at the same time. Oh, Mr. Harris, you know, I'm so sorry I mistook you for my dog. You don't look anything like Cuddles.
Thanks, loads.
He has... His eyes are brown and yours are blue.
Strange can't tell a man from a dog. Hey, lady, do you ever get your husband mixed up with Cuddles?
Oh, don't be ridiculous. I can't get them mixed up. Cuddles is the one with the jewel collars. I better run along and look for Cuddles. I simply must find him. I prepared a nice warm lunch for him. Oh, well, if it gets cold, I can always give it to my husband for dinner.
Her husband must get some very interesting meals. I can just see him lapping up his kibbles and grabbing at his cold...
Bill, what were you fellas doing under the house?
The spring cleaning. Like you told us, it's awful messy under there, too, honey.
Yeah, somebody's been throwing beer bottles all over the place.
Now, Frankie.
I don't like to say this, Alice, but you're not a very good under-the-housekeeper.
Alice, why don't you tell that dame that just left to keep her dog off of our property?
Oh, it isn't her fault, Phil. The children bring the dog over here because they like to play with him. But you won't have to worry about that much longer.
No, why not?
Well, the girls expect to win their own little puppy. They've entered the Little Nipper contest.
What's that, Curly?
I don't know. Sounds like something that you and me should get in on. When it comes to taking a little nip, we should be 1 to 5.
Look, Bill, this is being sponsored by RCA, and it's not for adults. The Little Nipper contest is just for children.
They'll be ashamed of themselves sponsoring a drinking contest for kids.
Frankie, wait a minute. Little Nipper is the name of the dog that sits in front of the Victrola on the RCA Victor trademark.
Oh, sure.
Right.
I've seen him there.
And look, the children who win the contest get live puppies like Little Nipper. And the girls have answered the riddles, and now all they have to do is write a letter telling why they want a puppy.
Well, that ought to be a cinch for my kids. They take after me. And when I was in school, English composition was my best subject.
I didn't know that. Tell me more.
I will. No kidding. You should have seen the thesis I wrote in college to get my FUD.
Your FUD?
Yeah, Ph.D., FUD. That's silent. Why are these banjo players always so illiterate? If I was writing that letter for the kids, I guarantee I'd write a masterpiece.
We
I know.
heard that, Daddy, and you can help us. Yes, we have to tell why we want a little Nipper puppy in 25 words, and we can't. Will you write it for us?
I'll write it for you, huh? Oh, well, I'd love to, girls, but I can't.
Why not?
He don't know 25 words.
I do, too. I got a good vocabulary. I can give you 25 words just like that. Listen, there's pool room, parimutuel, corkscrew, jigger, ice cube. That's 2 words, really. How many does that make so far?
Oh, never mind.
Look, kids, I'm not kidding. If you really want me to write that letter, I'll do it, and you'll be a cinch to win.
But, Phil, you can't do that. They're supposed to write the letter themselves. It's not ethical.
Please, Alice, I know what I'm doing. You just go over there and sing. The band's waiting for you in the driveway.
All right, I'll sing. In the driveway?
They're waiting for the bus to take them to Tijuana. You sing and I'll write the contest letter for the kids.
Mon chéri, I adore you. Mon amour, I implore you. Donnez-moi un peu baiser, which means give us a little kiss, please, yes, say.
Voulez-vous, this is what I want from you. Voulez-vous, this is what I want from you. Un baiser from your lips, even kiss my fingertips. Fais l'amour, ooh la la. I better run to my mama. She has always taught me to beware of things like this. But hugs and kisses thrill me. Why miss all this bliss while I miss So, voulez-vous, voulez-vous, you know how much I love you. Voulez-vous, voulez-vous, now I ask you, voulez-vous.
Je vous aime beaucoup, pour toujours, pour tout l'amour.
Voulez-vous, mon chéri, mon amour c'est très grandeur. Voulez-vous, voulez-vous, c'est amour j'ai pour vous.
Un baiser from your lips, even kiss your fingertips.
Et l'amour, oh la la!
Better run to your mama.
Yes, she has always taught me.
Yes, to beware of things like these.
But kisses thrill me.
Why miss all this bliss while I miss? So, voulez-vous, voulez-vous.
You know how very much I love you.
Voulez-vous, voulez-vous. Now I ask you, voulez-vous.
Hey, Frankie, writing this contest letter's a cinch. I don't know why the kids found it so hard to write 24 words. 25, wasn't it? Mm-hmm. 25, that's what I'm doing great, ain't I?
Oh, yeah, you only been at it 2 hours already. You got 7 words.
Yeah, but what words? Listen to what I've written. I want a little nipper puppy because...
Aren't those the same words that were on the entry blank?
Yeah, but the way I spelled them, they'll never recognize them. I'm thinking every minute.
I think you need a little more than that. You better let me take a crack at it. How's this sound? I want a little nipper puppy because I like dogs.
Clever, but dull. You gotta make it more appealing.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I'll change a few words, make it more appealing. How's this? I want a bottle of ready mixed martinis because I like dogs.
What has the ready mixed martinis got to do with it?
You said I should write something more appealing. That's the only thing that appeals to me.
Remley, look, it's supposed to be written by kids. Now, we got to think of something childish.
With our brains, that should be hard.
Hey, wait a minute, Frankie. I think I got it.
What?
I'll tell you what let's do. Let's write something that'll tug at the hearts of the judges. Something with pathos in it.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I got just the thing. How's this sound? Our names are Alice and Phyllis. We are very poor. And our daddy is very poor.
Good start.
Our mother would be very poor, too. Except that we never had one because our daddy is so poor he can't afford one. Think that'll get the judges, Curly?
I don't know about the judges, but it's made a Johnny Ray out of me.
Get up off the floor and listen to the rest of it. We are so poor that we don't have anything at all. And if you send us a puppy, at least we'll have something to eat.
Remley, they're fox terriers, not hot dogs. Let me handle this myself. I'll write something good and I'll get... Yeah, honey, yeah.
Bill, you still working on that contest?
Yeah, we're working on it. We'll have it in a minute.
Well, you can forget it. I was just reading the entry blank, and the girls are not eligible.
What's the matter? Are they too stupid?
No, Frankie,
Well,
no.
then why can't they enter?
Well, according to the rules, your children are not allowed to enter.
What's RCA got against Cherokee kids?
Well, listen,
Well, after all, they're only part Indians.
Yeah. Your little half-breeds are as good as anybody else.
If you two will keep quiet, I'll explain. It's just that employees of RCA and their families are not allowed to enter the contest.
Oh, honey, gee whiz, the kids had their hearts set on winning a dog. Now I don't know what I'm going to tell them.
Daddy, did you finish writing the letter?
Hey, girls, look, I got some bad news for you. You kids are not allowed to enter the contest.
Well, why not?
Because I'm your father.
That's not our fault. Gee, Mommy, we want to win a puppy.
Well, I'm sorry, girls, but you can't. It's company rules, and I can't do anything about it.
A fine parent you are, Alice.
What do you mean?
If you were any kind of a mother at all, you'd buy the company and change the rule.
You expect me to buy the company?
Why not? All you got to do is sell the California Bank and the Taj Mahal, and you've got another.
Stop, Phil. Don't you think it would be cheaper to buy a puppy?
We don't want you to buy a puppy. We want to win one on our own.
Girls, will you try to understand you can't enter the contest as long as I'm your father?
Well, if that's what's holding us up, we can fix that.
How?
We'll get a new father. Come on, Mommy, let's go shopping for one.
Okay. They're having a sale at the YMCA, and I might be able to find one with muscles and teeth and...
Wait a minute, come back.
Gee, Daddy, isn't there anything you can do about our winning a puppy?
I'm sorry, kids, but as long as I'm working for RCA, you'll just have to forget it. But for your sake, I wish I wasn't working for them, and as long as I am, you just can't enter the contest. Now run along.
It's all right, Daddy. Come on, Phyllis. I have an idea that will work. Let's go in the house and I'll tell you all about it.
Poor kids are disappointed. They wanted to win the dog and they can't, and I feel like I'm
Curly,
guilty.
Curly, take it easy. Do something to get your mind off of this. Why don't you sing?
I don't feel like singing.
Well, I feel like hearing you, and I'm going to. Fortunately, I have one of your records in my pocket.
Well, you need a Victrola to play.
I have a Victrola in my other pocket. Now, be quiet while I wind it up.
Give me that old-time religion, that old-time religion. Give me that old-time religion, 'cause it's good enough for me. It was good for Paul and Silas, good for Paul and Silas. It was good for Paul and Silas, and it's good enough for me. Show me that place by the river, that place by the river. Show me that place by the river on Jordan's sunny shore.
We said Daniel from the lions, said Daniel from the lions. What helped Daniel with the lions? Deacon started telling me.
Well, it was that old-time religion, yes, that old-time religion. It was that old-time religion, and it's good enough for me.
It helped Daniel with the lions. It helped him set him free.
Well, if it's good enough for Danny, then it's good enough for me.
Give me that old-time religion, that old-time religion. Give me that old-time religion. It's good enough for me.
'Cause I'll be listening for Gabriel, listening for Gabriel. Yes, I'll listen for Gabriel to blow on Judgment Day.
What helped David with Goliath? Helped David slay Goliath. What helped David slay Goliath? What was it set him free?
Well, he got that old-time religion, yes, that old-time religion. He got that old-time religion, and it's good enough for me.
It helped David with Goliath. It helped him set him free.
Well, if it's good enough for Davy, then it's good enough for me. So give me that old-time religion, old-time religion. Give me that old-time religion, 'cause it's good enough for me.
Now what rescued Brother Jonah? What rescued Brother Jonah? What was it saved Jonah from the belly of the whale?
He got that old-time religion, yes, that old-time religion. He got that old-time religion. It's good enough for me.
It helped Jonah with the whale, yeah, it helped him set him free.
Well, if they brought it on to Joni, let them bring it on to me.
Give me that old-time religion, old-time religion. Give me that old-time religion. It's good enough for me. Give me that old-time religion, old-time religion. Give me that old-time religion. It's good enough for me. Well, give me that old-time religion, old-time religion. Give me that old-time religion.
It's good enough for good enough for me.
Feel better now, Curly?
No, I don't feel better. I feel it's all my fault that my kids can't enter the contest, and what's worse, my kids are probably blaming me. Now they'll grow up to hate me.
Curly, your children aren't that kind. They won't hate you. They may kick you every time you pass them. But you won't even feel it if you wear shin guards.
Will you stop already? There's no time to joke. I'd like to help my kids, don't
Daddy,
you?
we want to help you. We want to talk to you, I mean.
We just entered the little nipper contest, and I think we're going to win.
Honey, I keep telling you and telling you, you can't enter it as long as I work for RCA.
Oh, you don't work for them anymore.
No, we just sent in your letter of resignation.
Well, that's different. As long as I resign and I'm not working for them any... Foul! What did you do?
Well, you said you wished you weren't working for them, so we wrote a letter to the sponsors saying you quit and signed your name. We just put it in the mailbox.
Oh, no. When the boss gets that letter, he'll... What am I getting excited, the boss? The boss, he ain't going to let me quit. The guy loves me.
He won't after he reads all those nasty names you called him.
Don't tell me you made up nasty names.
Well, we didn't have to make any up. We just use the names you call him when he's not around. Cheapskate and slave driver and skinflint and
You left out the best one.
Wait a minute. Well, Remley, thanks to my 2 kids, I ain't working anymore.
So what? It makes your children happy. After all, what's more important to you, your children or your job?
My job. Them kids ain't brought in a nickel to this house yet. I gotta get their letter back. Where'd you kids mail it?
In the mailbox on the corner.
Well, then come on, Remley. You gotta help me get that letter back.
Oh, is there anything we can do to help you, Dad?
Yeah, run away from home. Leave town. Come on, Remley. We got to get that letter before the mailman picks it up. I can't afford to lose this job.
Calm yourself, Curly. RCA can't afford to let you go.
They can't?
Of course not. I guarantee that the day you go off the air, their sales will go up so high they won't be able to fill all their orders. They'll be in trouble.
Yeah, I've held them back nicely, haven't I? Well, here it is, Remley. Here's that mailbox.
Good. Just reach in and get the letter.
Reach? I don't think I ought to do that.
You want the letter back, don't you? Do what I tell you. Reach in.
Oh, okay, but I don't think I should do this, but I'll try it. Well, I got my arm in okay, but I can't feel nothing in there.
Well, reach in a little further.
I got my arm as far as it'll go, Remley. I can't tell you I can't feel nothing.
Well, I have to think of something else, son. Pull your arm out.
Okay. Remley.
What?
Can't get my arm out. It's stuck.
I told you not to reach in.
Why, you no good southpaw guitar player.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself tampering with the U.S. mail. As a citizen, I feel it's my duty to call a cop.
I wonder if I could teach Les Paul to play left-handed guitar. If I could, I'd kill you on this very...
Hey, wait. Oh, no, here comes Julius.
Uh-oh. Now I'm a cinch to get arrested. Now what are we going to do?
Don't let him know what you're doing. Act nonchalant.
Oh, that should be easy with my arm in the mailbox. I'm dead.
When your sweetheart writes a letter to your wife, you're in trouble. Mr. Harris, what are you doing?
Mailing the letter?
All the way up to your armpits?
When he mails a letter, he really mails it.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Harris, let's have the truth. How did your arm get in the mailbox?
Well, it was this way. I was passing by and I heard a baby cry coming from the mailbox. So I reached in, the baby grabbed my hand, started to suck my thumb, and now he won't let go. And that's why I'm standing here with my arm in the mailbox.
Well, this guy's ready for the fruitcake factory.
I suppose you're wondering what a baby's doing in the mailbox.
Maybe he ain't, but I am.
Will you... to be funny, will you, and help me get my arm out of here?
All right, I'm thinking.
May I make a suggestion, Mr. Remley?
What?
Why don't you set him on fire?
I ain't going to get his arm out.
No, it'll be fun hearing him scream.
You can't think of something a little more humane. Keep quiet,
Look,
huh?
Mr. Remley, all you got to do is reach in, grab his hands, and pull it out.
That ought to do it. Hold still, Curly, while I get my arm in. There.
Good boy, Frankie. You got my hand.
Yeah. Now to pull it out and just...
Oh,
Julius!
That's a cute
stand there, kid. Do something.
By the authority of the Postmaster General, I now pronounce you as man and parcel post.
George, will you help us? We can't get out.
Are you sure?
Yeah, we're helpless.
Good. Now to get back to the fire bit. The two of them ought to blaze good. And nuts. Here comes the mailman with a collection truck. Now I can't do nothing. So long, fellas.
Julius, help us. How are we going to explain to the letter carrier what we're doing in the mailbox?
Tell him you got loaded and the bartender mailed you home.
You'll never believe that.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. Only RCA Victor in the entire television industry brings you Superset television with picture power. Clearer, stronger pictures in even the most difficult reception areas. And RCA Victor's Rockingham 21-inch console television is the most luxurious model in the famous Superset line. The 21-inch Rockingham console brings you the beauty of Regency styling and full-length doors. And most important, the Rockingham costs less than you might expect. Of course, all RCA Victor prices are modest. In fact, they start as low as $229.95. And they're complete prices, too, including federal excise tax, full-year picture tube warranty, and no extra charge for mahogany finish. So, buy an RCA Victor Superset soon. Choose the 21-inch Rockingham console. And remember, for expert installation and maintenance, buy one of RCA Victor's factory service contracts. Ask your dealer for details when you buy your RCA Victor television.
Folks, this is Phil again. The American Cancer Society wages a year-round war against cancer through its 3 vital programs of research, education, and service to cancer patients. So please mail your contribution today to Cancer, care of your local post office. Thank you very much, and good night.
Good night, everybody.
This program is produced and directed by Paul Phillips. Don't forget, the Little Nipper contest closes midnight, May 30th. All entries become the property of the RCA Victor Division. Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrola phonograph, or records, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television.
Next, Theater Guild on the Air presents Dear Brutus on NBC.
Yes, it's the new Swan Show with our great singing star, Doris Day.
Well, I Swan.
A new singing favorite, Bill Farrow.
That's me.
Our guests, Jack Benny, Irene Ryan, the 4 hits and a miss, the new Les Brown Band.
We're Swan exclusively. How about you?
Yes, how about you?
Who, me? My name is Robert Hopalong Hope.
And now, Bob Hope's Swan's Eye View of the News. Princeton, New Jersey. Hurried conferences and frantic alibis were the order of the day here as the nation's poll takers sought to explain their disastrous error in predicting the results of last week's election.
Dr. Gallup was amazed at the outcome, but he wouldn't admit he was wrong. Last night he was still peeking into the White House window and singing, "Maybe You'll Be There." He was really unhappy. When he saw the election returns, he exclaimed, "It's the last time I take a house-to-house survey. From now on, I'm going to ask people." I called up Elmer Roper and said, "How can your predictions be so wrong?" He said, "You see, we mathematicians make a prodigious effort to ascertain by statistical and prognostication and political prestidigitation the approximate parallelisms." I said, "What does that mean?" He said, "Where can I get a job?" And last Tuesday night, Drew Pearson said over the radio, "I predict Dewey will be elected by 10:30. At 11 o'clock, he said, I predict Dewey. At 12, he said, I predict. The next morning, he said, ay, 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 ay.
New York, New York. Phone company executives announced here today that telephones for automobiles were at long last ready and available for Mr. Average Motorist.
I had a phone put in my car last week, but the wires must be crossed. Every time I step on the starter, the spark plugs give a busy signal, and the receiver squirts a quart of hot oil in my ear. But they're a big help to the motorist. If a guy's speeding, he can look in the rear vision mirror, see a cop trailing him, call his lawyer, and the three of them can meet at the next intersection. But think what it'll be like later on when cars have telephones and television, too. A guy's driving along, his wife calls up and says, honey, bring home a head of lettuce, some carrots, a cucumber, and get that tomato out of your car.
Washington, D.C. The greatest ovation in the history of the nation's capital greeted President Truman as a crowd of 750,000 cheered his triumphant return to the White House.
Yes, sir, was at a reception. From every window they were throwing confetti and old cabinet members. And the world will long remember President Truman's historic words when he returned to the White House. He said, it's okay, Bess, you can send the laundry out now. When Harry got back to the White House, he started hanging up his coat. Governor Warren stuck his head out of the closet and said, I'll be out of your way as soon as I pack up my oranges. The Democrats did so well in that election, they're even coming out with new products named after the president. They got a new thing now called the Harry Truman Popsicle. It's a frozen Republican on a stick. And with the election coming out the way it did, a lot of people had to change their plans. Now Margaret Truman has to go back to the White House, and she had it all set to be the fourth Andrews sister. The three candidates have really changed their tune since the election. Truman's changed from Missouri Waltz to It's Magic. Dewey's humming Say It Isn't So, and Wallace is singing On a Slow Boat to China.
Announcing only 8 more days of the Swan 1949 Mercury contest. Only 8 more days to win a brand new 1949 Mercury automobile. Right now, here are more winners in the daily Mercury contest. October 19th, Mrs. Don Andrews of Portsmouth, Virginia.
A new 1949 Mercury.
October 20th, Mrs. B.V. Painter of San Diego, California.
A new 1949 Mercury.
October 21st, Mrs. Arlene Brewster of Topeka, Kansas.
A new 1949 Mercury.
October 22nd, duplicate winners, Mr. Fred S. Balsinger of Denver, Colorado, and Mrs. E.P. Williamson of Honolulu.
Each win a new 1949 Mercury.
October 25th, Mrs. Alvin M. David, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
A new 1949 Mercury.
Congratulations, winners, and remember, folks, there are only 8 more days to enter. Lever Brothers is giving away a Mercury a day every day until November 19th.
That's right, a Mercury a day plus $1,000 in cash awards daily. There's a new contest every day except Saturday and Sunday, and you can enter as often as you please.
All residents of the continental United States, including Alaska and Hawaii, are eligible.
Just be sure to follow the complete rules printed on free entry blanks at your store. And be sure to include your storekeeper's name.
Here's all you do. Finish the following statement. I like Swan Soap because in 25 words or less. Then send a Swan Soap wrapper together with your name and address to Lever's Mercury a Day contest, Post Office Box 3, New York 8, New York.
Well, I Swan.
A Mercury a day.
That's right. Gee whiz.
Bye, Cracky.
Here's the gal who was selected as the Orchid Queen of the National Flower Festival, our singing orchid, Miss Doris Day.
Every day I love you just a little bit more, just a little bit more, a little bit more. Every day I want you just a little bit more than I did the day before. You'll never guess how deep my love is, not even in your wildest
dream. But just so you get it clear, compared to my love, my dear, the Mississippi River's just a stream. Every day I love you just a little bit more, just a little bit more, a little bit more. Every day I want you just a little bit more than I did the day before, than I did the day before.
Doris Day, that was great. Big Sweet Morton Downey, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, you probably read in the papers last week that while making a picture at Paramount, Bob Hope tripped and tore a muscle in his right leg. Now let's look behind the scenes and see how an accident like this affects the motion picture industry. We take you to the production offices at Paramount, where the heads of the studio, Henry Geeksburg and Y. Frankman, are talking.
Say, YF.
Yes, SG?
I've been thinking. We've got a lot of money tied up in that character, Bob Hope, and if his leg doesn't get any better, he may never be in another Paramount picture. How could a thing like that happen to us?
Oh, I don't know. Just lucky, I guess.
But YF, what'll we do about Hope? His leg may be broken.
Yeah. Too bad he ain't Trigger. We could shoot him.
You know how this accident happened, don't you, YF? Hope was doing that boat scene, and as he tried to get on board, he slipped and fell because somebody had put grease all over the gangplank. You know, it looks like someone is out to get him.
Yeah. Now remember, HG, if there's an investigation, we're in this thing together.
Well, it seemed like the easy way. And while we're on the subject, YF, we got to get rid of a lot of the actors over here. They're getting too old.
Yeah, how about that Crosby? Remember when we thought we had mice in the studio? We spent $5,000 to get rid of the mice, and then found out it was Crosby's joints that were doing the squeaking.
You know, YF, I think Bing is about the same age as Hope.
Yeah, I know it. If we put them in another road picture, the road's got to be downhill. By the way, where's Hope now?
He's over in his dressing room resting.
Oh, Doris, this pain is awful.
Oh, is it really that bad, Bob? Let me look at your leg. Oh, my gosh, it's all twisted out of shape, isn't it?
That's the wrong leg.
Oh, gee, Bob, I hate to see you in such misery. Does it hurt much?
Well, I don't care about that. I just wish it had been my other knee.
Why?
Well, the knee I hurt is the one with a dimple in it. Now I'll never be able to wear my pedal pushers with a split up the side.
I just don't understand how a thing like this could happen to you. You're so strong and husky.
Am I?
Yeah, and so loaded with vitality.
Honest?
Sure. Why, I always think of you as being a real He-Man.
You do?
Yes.
I have so much more than Gregory. Why should I fight it? Say, it was sure nice of you to drop in, though, Doris. I want to...
Hello, Mr. Hope.
Oh, hello, Miss Ryan.
Hello, Miss Ryan. How do you feel today?
Well, you know me. I always try to keep my chin up, even though my arches are falling. I heard about what happened to Mr. Hope, and I thought I'd come over and cheer him up.
Oh, thanks. You see, I hurt my leg and I can't move it. It's nothing to worry about.
Oh, I don't know about that. My Uncle Julius had the same thing once in his shoulders, and he couldn't move his arms. The doctor made him leave them in one position.
Oh, that must have been terrible.
Well, it worked out all right. When he died 2 days later, his arms were already folded on his chest.
That's nice. Portia faces life. This gal backs into it.
Bob, you should listen to Miss Ryan. She can help you. She's been through a lot of these things, you know.
Oh, yes. I've never really been all my life. That is all of it, you know. And recently, Mr. Hope, it's been much worse. Yesterday, I thought I was losing my mind. All day long, I kept hearing voices in my head.
You were hearing voices in your head?
Yes, but I found out what it was. The battery in my hearing aid was low, and I was still getting the election return.
Well, don't worry. Hoover made it, you know. But it was nice of you to drop in, Miss Ryan.
Well, I do hope you get better. Oh, that reminds me, before I go, I wanted to show you a picture of my Uncle Julius, the one who died.
Well, what do I want to see a picture of him for?
Well, you might get worse. And if you don't pull through, it'll be nice if you know somebody when you get there. Keep your chin up now. Goodbye.
Thanks. If she ever gets married, she'll spend her honeymoon in the window of the Rexall drugstore.
Well, I have to be running along too, Bob. I promised Hy Averback I'd meet him. He's making a screen test over here.
Averback is making a screen test? You mean they've run out of talent?
Well, I think Hy will do very well in pictures because he just has...
Oh, hello, everybody. Hello, Doris.
Oh, hello, Hy. Are you all ready for your screen test?
Yes, Doris. I just came from the makeup department.
They didn't get your ears on straight.
At least my lobes are on the bottom. Well, now, Doris, how about running through the screen test with me like you promised?
Okay, Hy. Hand me the script.
Yeah, now, the scene we're doing takes place in a New York penthouse. We're social leaders and we're married, but we're splitting up. Now, you have the first line, and I want you to pay close attention to my diction.
Montgomery, I'm afraid that you and I are through. It's regrettable, but we can't go on.
Yes, Alice. I'm so sorry that we must split. But I'm afraid we must go our separate ways.
Don't you think you're carrying too many pounds of pressure there?
Well,
Lobes
Montgomery.
on upside down. Okay, it's all right.
Well, Montgomery, if we're parting, I insist that you give me the house.
You may have the house.
And I want the Cadillac and the 2 Mercuries.
They're yours, but there's one thing you may not have.
If you're speaking of the children, I want them.
You may have the children, my riches, and my home, but I insist that you leave one thing.
What?
That cake of Swan soap in the kitchen.
Jimmy Fiddler will give this picture 4 bubbles.
Yes, Alice. Alice, take everything, but please, please don't take that Swan. Swan is the newer, better white floating soap. Swan never crumples like our dream castles did. No, sir, you can use Swan right down to the last smooth sliver. And why? Because Swan is made by a modern, patented process that no other soap can use. A process that makes Swan better for dishes and hands. Swan is as mild as the finest Castile. It protects your hands, keeps them soft and smooth.
He's right. My hands are so soft, when I want to point at anybody, I have to starch one finger.
Oh, Alice. Alice, I can't leave you. Just think. A cake of Swan brought us together again. I still love you.
And I love you.
I love you, Alice.
Oh, I love you, Monty.
I'm engaged to the Lever brothers.
Yes, for your hands, your bath, and for baby's bath. Swan is the best soap afloat.
Well, I swan.
Me too.
Yes, sir. Bye, Cracky.
Here's our junior crooner we borrowed from the Oasis this week. The 19-year-old Bill Farrell, ladies and gentlemen.
There is no verse to this song, 'cause I don't want to wait a moment too long to say that I'd love to get you on the slow boat to China, all to myself alone. Get you and keep you in my arms evermore. Leave all your lovers weeping on the faraway shore. Out on the briny, with the moon big and shiny, melting your heart of stone. Yes, I want to get you on a slow boat to China, all to myself alone. Get you on a slow boat to China, all to myself alone. On a real slow boat, on a slow boat to China.
From Cleveland, Billy Farrell. Thank you very much. Singing Slow Boat to China. Now, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we're going to present a very different kind of a thing here. We have a thing here. Musicians, please, no tuning while the star is on, please. Now, as I was saying, please. Hey, you, hey, Evelyn, stop with that magic violin.
I resent that.
Well, Jack Benny, ladies and gentlemen. Jack, what are you doing here?
Some surprise. We rehearsed 9 weeks already. Bob, look, I heard about your leg, and I thought I'd pay you a visit.
Well, that's swell of you, Jack, but how come you're sitting in with Les Brown's orchestra?
Well, just once I wanted to play in a band and not worry about the leader's breath taking the varnish off my violin.
Well, you don't have to worry about Les. Les hasn't been high since Petrillo picked him up to burp him. But look, it was awfully nice of you to drop in to see me, Jack.
Well, I was sorry to hear about your accident, Bob.
Yeah, it's a little uncomfortable, but the worst of it is whenever I hobble down the street, people keep throwing money in my hat. They do?
Gosh, how embarrassing. That's terrible. That must be awful. Bob, how much do you average a block?
Oh, it varies, but take my advice, Jack. Stay away from Beverly Hills. Nothing but Dewey buttons. But I can't get over how nice it is of you to drop in on me, Jack.
Well, Bob, that's the way it is with us troopers. You know, we show people have to stick together in these times of trouble. Why, as soon as I heard of your accident, I rushed right over here to be the first one at your side.
Jack, you came over just to help me?
Well, yes. Of course, if you buy the insurance policy I have in mind, it helps me a little, too, you know.
Jack, why are you selling insurance?
Well, you see, it's a little early to start unloading my line of Christmas cards.
Well, Jack, I don't get this. You're a wealthy man. You're worth millions of dollars.
Whoops.
Selling insurance, huh? Well, have you got a sample policy you can show me there in your portfolio? Jack, did you hear that?
No, I didn't hear anything.
You sure you didn't hear that echo?
No, kid, this is your show.
Well, look, Jack, let's face it. This is ridiculous. You don't have to sell insurance. You're a star. They write about you in the Saturday Evening Post. You're one of the outstanding comedians in show business. One of them. You don't mind me throwing that in there, do you?
No, this is still your show.
No, but you're really great, Jack. People stay at home on Sundays just to listen to your radio show.
I have so much more than Fred Allen. Why should I fight?
Say, wait a minute. That's my gag.
I'll trade you for the yodel.
What'll my sponsor say?
Well, I Swan.
Me too.
Yes, sir.
Bye, Cracky.
That's right.
Wait a minute.
Gee whiz.
My goodness.
Of course.
And how?
Wait a minute.
I'll say.
Hurry up.
You bet.
Hoo-ha.
Wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
By cracky.
Wait a minute!
Easy, Jack. Either we peddle the stuff this way or I have to put on a pair of water wings and sell it bathtub to bathtub.
My next line is a humdinger. Wait a minute. Bathtub to bathtub, huh? I have trouble with my sponsor, too. That's a dandy line. Thanks, Bob. I rehearsed 4 weeks for that line.
Well, we were going to give you something you could get your teeth into, but we weren't sure you'd have them with you tonight.
You wouldn't dare say that if you were still with Pepsodent, brother.
Let's get back to this stuff, huh?
Now, look. We'll never get through with this tonight. Look at it. You know, Bob, you know who has
Stand
the
by,
sweetest...
Fibbard.
You know who has the sweetest... Page 15. You know who has the sweetest...
I'm not...
You know who has the sweet... You'll never get off.
Wait a minute.
You know who has... I want to play the violin yet. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Are we still on?
You know who has the sweetest racket radio, don't you? The disc jockeys.
Disc jockeys? You mean one of those guys who says, this next record is sponsored by the Happy Hunting Ground Funeral Home, and now the orchestra plays, he's a real gone guy?
We haven't got time to wait.
See,
for
why
that.
don't we try... Please, your laughs, not mine, please. Say, why don't we try our hand at being disc jockeys, Jack? All we have to do is make the rounds of the music shops and pick up a couple of 100 records.
Well, I don't know.
For free.
Shoot the wax to me, Max.
We'd be great as a team of disc jockeys. As they say in radio, I can just hear it now.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You are listening to station SLOB, the biggest on the coast. And now we present Jazzy Jack Benny and Bebop Bob in their original radio record show, Make Believe Washroom.
Hiya, gang. Hiya, Jazz. This is your old disc jockey, Bebop Bob, with another knocked-out record section. It's all on wax and it's real mad, so you kids who want to get your kicks, lace up your boots and latch onto some of this frantic jive that we're going to send swinging your way. Right now, cats, I'd like to turn the mic over to a real hep character, the man who knows all the answers in the world of jazz, that solid jet, my platter partner, Jazzy Jack Benny.
Hacha Bodio-Do.
Solid Jack. And now, before we spin our next platter for you kids, we'd like to tell you the next minute and a half of our show is sponsored by Dr. Capstaff's weight-reducing plan.
We'd like a word with those of you ladies who weigh over 400 pounds. Do you have the feeling that you're being followed? You are. It's you.
And you men over 400 pounds, do you have large stomachs? When you get your shoes shined, do you have to take the bootblack's word for it?
And why not try Dr. Capstaff's weight-reducing film?
Yes, to take off those extra pounds, try Dr. Capstaff's method. No diet, no pills, no injections, no exercise. Once a week, Dr. Capstaff comes to your house and beats you with a rubber hose. And now we're going to play our first record. It's a little tune called I'm Dancing with Tears in My Eyes because the girl in my arms had onions for dinner.
It's going to be played by Woody Gribbenus and As You Should Live So Long if you can find the Melody Orchestra. Hit it, Woody.
Thanks, Woody. That was great.
Look, Bebop, a bunch of new releases just arrived.
Gee, there's some interesting titles. Look at this one. You used to be the cream in my coffee, but now you're just grounds for divorce.
Get a load of this one. If you were the only girl in the world and I was the only boy, I wonder who I'd play handball with at the Y.
Here's here's my favorite. Hair of gold, eyes of blue, lips like cherry wine. I never should have stomped on them with my bare feet. Say, suppose we play that one right now.
Okay, but first a word from our sponsor.
Yes, this next record is coming to you through the courtesy of Slushies, the only breakfast cereal that's shot out of a water pistol.
Folks, you'll just love Slushies. They don't snap, crackle, and pop like other breakfast cereals. They just lie there and ooze.
Mothers, you'll cheer when you see the way your kids dive into a bowl of Slushies. They never come up again. Listen to what one happy user of Slushies has to say.
I've been eating Slushies for nigh on to 30 years. And I want to tell you something. I'm getting mighty tired.
Thank you, F.E. Spoon of Battle Creek, Michigan. Say, Jack, what's next on the turntable?
Oh, the folks will just love this one.
Yes, sir. It's a new release that features a duet by that brilliant young Waukegan violinist, Benny Kabelski.
And that new Cleveland singing discovery, the Velvet Smog.
Okay, so we give it a whirl?
Yeah.
Oh, east is east and west is west, and the wrong one I have chose. Let's go where you keep on wearing those frills and flowers and buttons and bows, rings and things and buttons and bows. Don't bury me in this prairie, take me where the cement grows. Let's move down to some big town where they love a gal by the cut of her clothes, and you'll stand out in buttons and bows. No practicing on our time, please. I love you in buckskin skirt that you won't stun, but I love you longer, stronger, where your friends don't tote a gun. Now it's the buckboard bounce and a cactus hurts my tears. Let's vamoose where gals keep using those silks and satins and linen that shows, and you're all mine in buttons and bows. Thank you, Jack. Thank you very much. You've been fine. That's fine, Jack. Thank you. Next week, ladies and gentlemen. Jack, wait a minute, Jack. We have next week. It's all over, kids. Pack up. Okay. We have another. Next week, we have Morton Downey, ladies and gentlemen. That Coco. Say, okay, Jack, wait a minute. It's all over, Jack. Jack, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Thanks for the memory of the vote in 48. Our chance to demonstrate whom we endorse to chart the course of our U.S. ship estate. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to pay a tribute to that fighting man from Missouri who stepped into the ring last Tuesday with the odds against him and came out the winner and still champion of the USA, President Harry S. Truman.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, is my hair fairest of them all?
It is when you use Rave Cream Shampoo. Rave leaves your hair so clean, so soft, so easy to manage. Easy to manage because the pure lanolin in Rave is specially blended with other important ingredients to make hair behave, even on shampoo day. Try Rave Cream Shampoo. R-A-Y-V-E. Rave Cream Shampoo.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Here they are, the Quiz Kids, presented by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. We're on the air with the School Kids Questionnaire. The Quiz Kids, 5 bright, lovable youngsters ready for another difficult examination in the Alka-Seltzer Schoolroom of the Air. The examination tonight will be conducted in exactly the same manner as all our regular Wednesday night Quiz Kid programs. And as usual, none of the children has seen or heard any of the questions in advance.
I'll say we haven't. Let's get going.
All questions were sent in by you listeners and were selected by Sidney L. James of the editorial staffs of Time and Life magazine.
I don't care who sent them in. Let's get going. That's all right.
A new
I can answer
portable
them,
radio will be awarded the sender of each question used on this program tonight. And now our chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Ken Carpenter, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we'll proceed directly to the roll call. Richard?
I'm Richard Williams. I'm 11 years old, and I'm in the 6th grade at Harrison School, East Chicago, Indiana.
Jack Lucal?
I'm Jack Lucal. I'm 14 years old, and I'm a freshman at the Oak Park and River Forest Township High School.
Joan?
I'm Joan Bishop. I'm 14 years old, and I go to the Chicago School for Adults.
Claude?
I'm Claude Brenner. I'm 12 years old, and I'm a sophomore at Senn High School in Chicago.
Gerard?
I'm Gerard Darrow. I'm 8 years old, and I go to the Bradwell School on Burnham.
And Jackie?
I am Jackie Benny. I am 6 years old. Now, I didn't have a chance to go to school at all. I was just a poor boy, and I used to stand on the corner selling papers, barefooted in the winter. And I used to say, extra, extra, paper here. Get your paper.
Quiet, please.
Fine chance I'm going to have here, I can see that. You know.
Now, Jackie,
I know
please.
just as much as the kids, you know. You just ask the questions, that's all.
Jackie, please. And incidentally, where are your curls?
What?
Where are your curls?
On my lap. They got hot.
Well, while we're getting ready for our first question, just a word or two from Ken Carpenter.
Here's a word of friendly advice to all you parents and older folks. Alkalize with Alka-Seltzer. Yes, the next time you eat too much or too fast or eat while under stress and strain, alkalize with Alka-Seltzer. Alka-Seltzer is just the thing to relieve the misery of acid indigestion and distress after meals. It helps to neutralize excess stomach acid, so often the immediate cause of the distress of an upset stomach. That isn't all. You see, Alka-Seltzer is a pain reliever also. And if you have a sickish headache along with the stomach upset, Alka-Seltzer can bring you mighty comforting relief in both of these disturbances. Be wise. Take Alka-Seltzer. You'll feel better fast.
You said it.
Quiet, please. We will now start with the questions. All right, quiz kids. R.S. Hart of Seattle, Washington says that he was in the desert and after taking an analysis of the only water available, found that it was 100% aqua fontis. Would you drink such water? Joan?
Yes, I would.
Well, can you give us anything further?
Well, aqua fontis is fountain water.
That's right. It's really spring water, Joan.
Oh,
yeah, spring water,
yeah.
Joan. That's right, Mr. Kelly. It's spring water.
Yes, I know. It says so on my card here.
I know. That's where I saw it before.
All right, the next question. Pete McDonald of Vernonia, Oregon, a schoolboy who says that he never enjoyed anything in school but recess until he began listening to the quiz kids, sends in this one. Incidentally, he adds that his grades are improving. Here it is. If you had something that contained a prothorax, a mesothorax, and a metathorax...
A meso what?
What did you say?
A meso what?
A mesothorax.
Oh, a mesothorax.
That's right. And a metathorax, what would you have? Gerard?
Gerard, you answer. You had your hand up first.
Now, Mr. Benny, don't butt in, please.
Well, I just thought... I can see I'm certainly going to have a fine chance here today.
The
All right, Gerard.
mesothorax and the metathorax and the prothorax are all part of the thorax, which is part of the of an insect. On the thorax is the part between the abdomen and the head, and an insect.
Well, good for you, Gerard. That was marvelous. That's very good.
I used to know that when I went to school, but, you know, when you get older, you forget those things. That's all. Can't remember everything.
Now, our next question...
I used to know algebra, too, when I went to school.
Quiet, please.
Oh.
Mrs. Burdette E. Truesdon of New York City says you can prove you have a good background by naming at least 3 persons whose names will live forever because their names have been used to identify their chief contribution to humanity. For example, the name of Roentgen is perpetuated in the word Roentgenology. Claude?
Nobel. He was a Swiss scientist who discovered dynamite, and he gives out prizes to people who do something great for the world.
That's fine, Claude. Let's see what Joan has to offer.
Well, there's Calvinism. That's a doctrine as to the downfall of man. And Darwinism, the theory of anthropology.
Very good, Joan. Jack Lucal?
Well, there's Alessandro Volta. His name is perpetuated in the volt, by which we measure electricity. And James Watt, they use his name, too, for the watt. That's really
nice going, Jack Lucal. Let's see, Richard?
Well, Martin Luther in the word Lutheran, which is a church, and Dr. Roentgen, who discovered the Roentgen rays.
That's very, very good, Richard. Jackie has his hand up. What?
Well, there's a fellow named Max. He had something to do with the Maxwell. Maxwell.
Now, wait a minute, Jackie. There's no connection there.
There is, too. A fellow named Max sold me my car. There it is. Max Maxwell. Name was Max Miller. Certainly got a fine chance on this program, believe me. Should have stayed on my own Jell-O show.
It's beside the point, but we'll accept it as half right.
Well, about time.
Claude?
Also, there's Jean-Francois Ampere. He had something to do with electricity, and his name lives in the ampere.
Oh, the ampere,
That's
the
right,
ampere.
Claude. Jack Lucal.
Well, there's Cadillac and LaSalle were French explorers, and their names are names of automobiles.
Very good, Jack Lucal. I guess that will hold Jackie for a while. All right, our next question.
Of course, if everybody's going to get laughs on this program, I'm going home.
Gerard?
Well, there's also DeSoto, who was named and he was a Spanish explorer that found the Mississippi.
That's right, Gerard. I'm glad you brought that up. Now then...
What about Johnny Chev that made the Chevrolet? For heaven's sake. You're going to go into that kind of stuff, you know. Johnny Chev. What about Harry Stood? That stuff.
Well,
I can answer a million of them, you know. Just ask me the questions, that's all.
We'll all withdraw from the garage right now and get into our next question. Miss Margaret Faith of Camden, New Jersey, poses this mountain climbing and mathematics problem. A mountain climber was making his way along a mountainside ledge.
Wait, pardon me. Who was it asked the question, you see?
Miss Margaret Faith of Camden, New Jersey.
Oh, Camden, New
Yes.
Jersey, I see. Important question.
Let's see, where I... Oh, yeah, here I am, right here. A mountain climber was making his way along a mountainside ledge at an altitude of 6,440 feet. While edging his way, he accidentally kicked a rock which went flying toward the bottom of the mountain at some animals who had to scurry for shelter. Ignoring the friction of the air, how long did the animals have to reach safety before the rock hit? Now, you've got to do this in your heads, kids. No pencil and paper.
What is the last question again, please? How long did it take what?
Well, that is the question. How long did it take?
1 minute and 43 seconds.
That's wrong.
Certainly got a fine chance here.
Richard?
20 seconds.
20 seconds is correct.
Well, no wonder. He squared the root. I tripled it.
Well, nice going, kids, and though I don't think you need it, you can rest a moment now. It's recess time.
We've been telling you over and over again about Alka-Seltzer. We've told you how good it is, how convenient and economical, and how fast it can bring relief in the distress of so many common ailments. And now suppose we let Alka-Seltzer speak for itself. All right, first of all, we take 2 Alka-Seltzer tablets from the package and drop them into a glass of water. Listen. You hear that fizzing, sparkling sound? Sounds good, doesn't it? Well, it is good. It looks good, tastes good, and is so good for relief in so many common ailments. That's Alka-Seltzer, all right. The 2-in-1 remedy. 2 kinds of relief in one glass. First, Alka-Seltzer is a pain reliever, just what you want for relief of headache or sore aching muscles. And second, Alka-Seltzer is an alkalizer, just what you need when excess acid upsets your stomach and causes distress. Be sure to try a sparkling glass of Alka-Seltzer the next time any of these annoying ailments cause you trouble. See for yourself how good it is, how fast it can make you feel better. Ask your druggist for Alka-Seltzer. Ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to the Quiz Kids, presented every Wednesday night at this time by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. Now, just a word about the questions. You can win a new Zenith portable radio with patented built-in wave magnet if you send us a question which our question editor finds suitable for use on the air. Yes, Alka-Seltzer awards a famous Zenith portable radio for each question used on this program. Just mail your questions by postcard or letter to Quiz Kids, National Broadcasting Company, Chicago. That's Quiz Kids, National Broadcasting Company, Chicago. We reserve the right to reword questions, and if like questions are submitted, the first received will be used. All questions become the property of Quiz Kids. So send in your question and win a radio.
You better see that I get that $100 bond, too. That's all I worry about.
All right, Joe, you ready with the scores, the halfway point?
Yes, Ken, but in deference to our guest contestant, I hesitate to read them. I think I'll just let them go until after the second question session. Maybe a miracle will happen. By the way, Richard, that last question we had before the bell, can you tell us how you work that out?
Well, Mr. Kelly, anybody falling through space, disregarding the friction of the air, accelerates at the rate of 32 2/10 feet per second. And the rule is the distance equals the time in seconds squared times half of the acceleration per second. And in this case, it was 6,440 feet equals 16 1/10 times the time squared. So I divided 6,440 by 16 1/10 and got 400, which is the square of the time in seconds. And I extracted the square root, and that gave me 20. And so the answer is 20 seconds.
Good for you, Richard, my boy.
You see, where I made my mistake there, you see, I took the least common multiple there. That's where I got wrong. That's where I got the minute 43 seconds in there, you see. I sort of square-rooted it there in the thing.
Yes, that's what I say.
Yeah.
Well, let's get along here now. Here's a question from Mrs. Daniel Stormont of Evanston, Illinois.
5,280 feet is 1 mile.
What? What did
I said 5,280 feet is 1 mile.
Well, nobody asked that one.
Well, if they do, I'm ready. Watch out.
All right, we'll continue.
All right.
If you told the election board you were a mugwump, would you be listed as a Republican, Democrat, Socialist, or Independent? Now, there is a tough one. If you told the election board you were a mugwump, would you be listed as a Republican, Democrat, Socialist, or Independent?
I wouldn't tell anybody I was a mugwump. So ridiculous. Huh, Claude?
Well, Claude?
I'll take a guess. I say an independent.
That's right, but how did you guess it?
I just guessed.
Oh, you just guessed. That's right. You see, the political name of Mugwump, well, let's see what Joan has to say.
Well, I rather thought it was independent, too, because there's a column in one of our Chicago papers called Mugwump.
That's true.
Politics.
But you see, the political name of Mugwump started in 1884 when it was applied to supporters of James G. Blaine, who switched to Cleveland because of his civil service views. Blaine was Republican candidate for president. Jackie?
I know what a mugwump is.
Oh.
You do?
You see, a
All right.
mugwump is a bird that sits on the fence with its mug on one end and its wump on the other.
Have a little more discipline, please.
Well,
getting back to the political situation, Jackie Benny, who was president of the United States in 1901?
Grover Cleveland.
That's wrong.
Well, I ought to know. I voted for him. It was Grover Cleveland.
You're wrong. It was William McKinley.
Just wish I had a history book, brother. That's all.
I've got one.
Well, give it to me. I got a low chair here. Grover Cleveland, that's who it was.
Let's continue with the next question. Pauline Salzman of Grand Rapids, Michigan, found these ads in the paper.
Cleveland, you know, I know Grover Cleveland, but...
Quiet, please. I'd like to present this question. Pauline Salzman of Grand Rapids, Michigan, found these ads in the paper. She would like you to tell her just what is advertised. Here's the first item. For rent, colonial estate near Charlottesville, Virginia, designed by owner. Adjoining buildings make estate virtually a community. Right owner, T.J., Charlottesville, Virginia. Jackie Benny, you're holding your hand up.
I'm waving at some friends in the audience. I can have friends in the audience, can't I? Hello, Mamie.
Well, let's complete this question. Richard?
Monticello.
Monticello, the home of...
Thomas Jefferson.
That's right,
That's
Richard.
right.
Good for you. Here's the next item. For sale.
Friends in the audience, you know. What the devil? I don't know you're superior.
Quiet, please. Here's the second part of this question. For sale, sacrifice, $10 million marble building in the land of Veda. Stands on 313-foot square marble terrace. Absolutely unique as architect's eyes poked out after construction completed. Claude?
That's the Taj Mahal.
The Taj Mahal in India. Good for you.
And it took 22,000 men 22 years to build it. And I'm right about Grover Cleveland, too. Only about Grover Cleveland, you know.
We'll continue. Frank O. Estes of Towson, Maryland, sends in this one. Last week, his wife went shopping to get her girlfriend's gift. She bought Sue a green umbrella for $2.95. Ellen a blue scarf for $2.50. Joanne a brown leather pocketbook for $2.99. And Priscilla a yellow sports skirt for $3. What was the color of the scarf for Ellen? Joan?
Blue.
Blue is right. Good for you.
1901 was Grover Cleveland, too. I know because I won a pair of cloth-top shoes on the election. Remember that.
We'll forget about Grover Cleveland.
I won't forget about it.
Well, this next question here...
Burns me up, you know. You come over here...
Quiet, please.
Do the best you can.
Tommy Haycomb.
Tommy Haycomb.
Jackie.
Tommy Haycomb.
I'm reading a name.
All right. Read the name.
All right. Quiet. Tommy Haycomb.
I'm not getting paid for this, you know. I just came over. I guess that's what burns me up, you know.
Connie Haycomb. Listen, Jackie.
Yes.
I'm beginning to think that you're getting into what little hair I've got left.
Well, I can always tell you where to get a toupee. You know?
Quiet. Connie Haycomb of Minneapolis, Minnesota wants you to sing or hum these notes as I give them to you. And stop me as soon as you recognize the scales you are singing. All right, here's the first one. C.
Oh. That was Joan.
All right, Joan. D.
Oh.
E flat.
Oh.
F.
Oh.
G.
Oh.
A flat.
Oh.
B.
Oh.
C.
Oh.
Do you recognize the scale?
That's the harmonic minor.
That's very good. All right. Here's
If I
the
had
next
my
one.
violin here, I'd have gotten it.
Here's the next one. C.
Oh.
C sharp.
Oh.
D.
Oh.
D sharp.
Oh.
E.
Oh.
F.
Oh.
I'll tell you what we're going to do. We've got some other hands up. I'm going to give this one to Claude.
That's a chromatic.
Chromatic is correct. Good for you, Claude. And here is the last one. C,
Oh.
D,
Oh.
E flat,
Oh.
F,
Oh.
G,
Oh.
A,
Oh.
B,
Oh.
C,
Oh.
B flat. Richard?
That's the melodic.
Melodic is good. Good for you, kids.
One of the silliest questions I've ever heard. Gives me something once in a while.
Now, quiz kids, you'll need
Waving my
mythology.
hand all the time. Nobody even calls on you. Stand there like a big goat.
You'll need mythology as well as ornithology to answer this one. Ethel Baker of St. Louis, Missouri, wants to know why peacock
Is that
feathers...
Paul Baker's sister?
Ethel?
That is Paul Baker's sister, is it?
When you want to talk, Jackie, will you please hold up your hand?
Because I know an Ethel Baker, you know.
I
That was
see.
Paul Baker's sister.
Well, remember to hold up your hand when you want to say something.
All right, I'll hold up my hand. For goodness sake, you sit there. What are you, the boss or something?
Quiet, please.
Last time I'll come on this show.
You're telling us. Now, let's see, where am I? Oh, yes, here I am right here.
I care, but it's just...
Ethel Baker of St. Louis, Missouri wants to know why peacock feathers are spotted. Gerard?
The peacock has eyes in his tail feathers because of a mere myth. You see, when a long time ago, when Jupiter married Juno, after a few years, he became jealous of her, and he turned her into a calf, and he sent Argus to watch her. But Juno turned herself right back into her regular form, and Argus was the one that had 100 eyes in his head, and Juno killed Argus and put the eyes in the peacock's tail.
Well, thank you very much, Gerard. That was a very fine description. Jackie, I see you've got your hand up.
I'm wiping my forehead. It's hot here. He can raise his hand.
Fine, we'll continue.
Ridiculous questions I ever heard.
James Wilson, Jr. of Toledo, Ohio, wants you to compose a second line to his one-line verse. Here it is. Fred Allen has a funny show.
I'm going home.
Now, you keep your seat. All right, Fred Allen has a funny show. Let's hear a second line to that. Joan?
Fred Allen has a funny show, but there's not a thing he doesn't know.
Very good, Joan. All right, let's have another one.
Funny about that show, boy.
Gerard?
When Mr. Benny hears that, he'll surely blow.
All right, Jackie, what have you got to offer?
Fred Allen has a funny show. How he does it, I don't know. His jokes are old, his gags ain't funny. He ought to be paid in Confederate money. The end.
Now then, here is really one for you, Jackie Benny. Listen to
Time,
this.
my father's listening in.
Yeah. All right, tell me, how many strings on a violin?
5. 4.
Yeah.
4.
Very good. How do you spell rosin?
R-O-S-O-N. Rosin.
That's wrong. It's R-O-S-I-N.
Can't understand it. I've been using it for years.
There's the bell, kids. I'll have your scores in just a moment.
If you had your vitamins today, well, here's the answer to your daily vitamin A and D problem. Take one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets, now offered and guaranteed by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. Each one-a-day tablet is equal in vitamin A and D content to 2 whole teaspoonfuls of cod liver oil, meeting minimum United States pharmacopoeia standards. One a day is all you take. One a day is all you need, and a penny a day is all it costs. Listen to these low prices. 30 tablets, 35 cents, 90 tablets, only 85 cents, and 180 tablets, only $1.50. One a day is all you take, and 1 penny a day is all it costs. Remember, one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets have been developed and are guaranteed by the makers of Alka-Seltzer, tested and approved by Good Housekeeping Bureau, and commended by Consumer Service Bureau of Parents Magazine. Every member of your family should take one-a-day tablets every day. Ask your druggist for one-a-day tablets. That's the name, one-a-day brand. Look for the big 1 on the package.
Just when I got rolling, the show had to be over.
Well, kids, as a group, you missed only one question tonight, and the individual winners are Richard first, Joan second, and Claude third.
Of course, I knew I wouldn't be in it.
I congratulate you. I congratulate you, as I said before. I congratulate all you quiz kids and take pleasure in presenting to each of you, in behalf of the makers of Alka-Seltzer, a $100 denomination United States savings bond. And, Jackie Benny, I don't have one for you. You see, these bonds are to help the children pay for their future education, and we didn't think you'd spend your money in going to college. But here's a Zenith portable radio. Maybe you can learn something listening to the Quiz Kids every Wednesday night.
Well, at least I can hawk the radio. I can get something.
Friends, we'll be back in Chicago next week, and we'll resume competition with only the 3 highest scorers remaining for the succeeding examination. The 3 winners on our last competitive program were Claude, Richard, and Jack. Completing the board will be Gerard and Joan, the same children on the program tonight. Meanwhile, this is Joe Kelly dismissing the Quiz Kids class until next Wednesday at this same time. Good night, kids.
Come on, answer more questions. Let's get going here. Come on.
Listen again next Wednesday night to the Quiz Kids. The makers of Alka-Seltzer present 3 programs each week, all of them on NBC networks. On Friday night, Alec Templeton Time. On Saturday night, the famous Alka-Seltzer National Barn Dance. And next Wednesday night again, the Quiz Kids. For interesting variety and entertainment, listen to the Alka-Seltzer shows. Ken Carpenter speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day.
Every song that I sing, I'll sing to you, and I hope I can bring you a smile or two.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Palmolive Shave Creams. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing the new hit tune, Look Up.
Look up, look up, when everything's looking down. Whenever you're low, let everything go. Come out of that gloomy frown. Look up, whenever those clouds are gray. It's gonna be fun whenever that sun starts chasing those clouds away. There's no room for old man gloom, so shake him. You're bound to take him. Just try a smile or two, but whatever you do, look up, look up. Don't ever give up the fight. When everything's wrong, it's never too long till everything turns out right. So whatever you do, look up. Look up, look up, don't ever give up the fight. When everything's wrong, it's never too long till everything turns out right. So whatever you do, look up.
Three men out of every four get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream way.
Yes, 3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream way.
This is not just a promise, not just a claim. 1,297 men tried the new, different Palmolive Brushless way to shave, and no matter how they shaved before, 79% found beards easier to cut, 75% got less razor pull, 69% closer shaves, 82% smoother feeling skin.
And 3 men out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves.
But you be the judge. Try the new Palmolive Brushless way to shave. Just do this. Wash your face with soap and water. Rinse. Soap your face thoroughly again and apply Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream, smoothing it upward into your beard to get the full benefit of Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream's beard conditioning effect. Then shave.
That's all. But remember, Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream offers you proof that 3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream way.
Well, today is Lincoln's birthday, and the day after tomorrow is St. Valentine's Day. Ironic, isn't it? Only 2 days after the birthday of the man who freed so many men from slavery comes the day that has led to the enslavement of so many men. But to the young in heart, the romantic little billy doos of St. Valentine's Day with their tender declarations of love remain a glorious tradition. And since they cost money, we find our young hero Dennis Day in the front room of the Anderson house busily making his own as his girlfriend Mildred enters.
Oh, hi, Dennis. What are you doing? Oh, my goodness, a Valentine.
Oh, gee, you weren't supposed to see it till you got it in the mail.
Oh, but it's beautiful, Dennis, and so fancy. Where'd you get all that gorgeous lace?
Well, it isn't exactly lace, Mildred. Your father gave me a pair of his old shorts.
Oh, I see. Well, it's really very pretty.
Oh, sure, and a little bit different, too. After all, how many girls get a Valentine with elastic tops?
That's true. Are you sending Valentines to any other girls? Like Miss Baker, for instance?
Oh, gosh, no. That old spinster?
Well, she has quite a crush on you, you know. She even named her Cocker Spaniel after you.
Oh, I know, and is it embarrassing? I've even stopped going into Olson's grocery store on account of the way Mr. Olson stares at me.
Oh, why should he stare at you?
Well, 3 times a week, Miss Baker calls him and tells him to send over a can of Strongheart for Dennis Day.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, but Mildred, I wouldn't send anyone else a Valentine anyway, because you're my one and only.
Oh, Dennis, am I really?
You know you are. Didn't I give you the secret handshake of the Captain Midnight Mass Marvel Club?
Yes. But, gee, This Valentine's Day makes 4 years we've been going steady. Don't you think it's time we talked about getting married?
Married? But, Mildred, I haven't got a cent.
Oh, does that really matter so much? All two people ever need is their love for each other.
No, Mildred, I made up my mind I wouldn't get married until I could give my wife expensive dresses, silk lingerie, and a mink coat. All the things I never had.
But, Dennis, all I want is you.
Well, you must have more ambition than that.
All right, I'll ask you. Will you marry me?
Well, yes. Are you really proposing to me?
Well, of course.
Well, shouldn't you be on your knees?
Never mind. Will you marry me? Answer me.
Well, yes.
Good.
Now, how about a cooling off period of, say, about 5 years?
Oh, no. We're going to set the date as soon as we talk to my mother.
Your mother? Does she have to know?
Well, naturally.
But couldn't we wait and tell her a little later, say after we had a child or two?
Dennis, don't be silly. You've got to ask her for my hand.
I know, but I got a feeling I'm going to get hers.
Nonsense. Now, come on. And don't forget, you're supposed to do the talking.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, hi, Mother.
Oh, hello, Mildred. Dennis.
Go ahead, Dennis.
Yeah. I wanted to talk to you about a little problem, Mrs. Anderson. Do you think that when two people are in love, they should get married?
Why, I haven't any idea. It all depends on who the two people are.
Well, say they're a boy and a girl.
Yes, they make the best married couples, all right. But what's your point, if any?
Well, it's this, Mother. Dennis and I love each other, we respect each other, and we want to get married.
Also to each other.
You mean you and this Dennis Day here? Mildred, you don't know what you're saying.
Oh, yes, I do, Mother. I think Dennis is the sweetest boy in the whole world.
That goes for me, too.
Maybe you are, but can you support a wife? Believe me, children, when bills come in the door, love flies out the window.
Oh, not in our case. We won't be able to afford a place with windows for years.
Dennis, listen to me. It's not that I'm mean or hard-hearted, but I love my daughter and I want to see her happy. And I know she couldn't be married to a man who couldn't provide for her properly.
Oh, but we could manage, Mother. After we get married, I could find a job.
Gee, and leave me home all alone?
You hear, Mildred? This is the father you'd like to force on my grandchildren?
But, Mother...
Not another word, Mildred. When this boy is earning enough to support a wife, come to me again. And I promise you, I'll put the bridal veil on your old gray head myself. But until then, the answer is no, and that's final.
Oh, golly, Dennis, isn't that awful?
Yeah, well, back to our old arrangement of holding hands illegally, I guess.
Oh, it's just heartbreaking. Now it might be years before we...
Oh, hello, Mr. Anderson.
Good morning, children. My gracious, what are you two so downhearted for?
Oh, we're so miserable, Daddy. Mother just refused Dennis permission to marry me.
Oh, so that's it. Well, don't you let it worry.
I don't mean that, silly. I mean rush off to a justice of the peace.
And I know just the fella, about 5 miles out of town. All you need is $2 and your birth certificate.
Oh, mine's right upstairs.
And I guess I could get mine easily enough down at the Hall of Records.
Oh, golly, Dennis, get down there as fast as you can. And when you come back, I'll have my things packed, and we're off to that justice of the peace.
Okay, but before we take this step, Mildred, a step that will change our whole lives, I think there's something you should know.
Why, Dennis, what?
It's okay, son. I'll lend you the $2.
That's it.
All right, next, please.
Pardon me, sir. Is this the place where you get birth certificates?
Say, buddy, read that sign at my elbow there. What's it say?
It says birth certificates obtained here.
Good boy. Now just tell me which words are bothering you. I'll be glad to explain them.
No, I guess this is the place. I'd like a copy of a birth certificate. The name is Dennis Day.
Day, just a second. Let's see. Here's Daly, Dalton. Here we are, Dennis Day. Yeah. Born September 12th, 1926, right? Died February 2nd, 1949.
Pardon me? What was that last item?
Died February 2nd, 1949. Isn't that right?
Oh, I doubt it. Offhand, I don't remember what I did that day, but I'm sure it wasn't anything like that.
How's that again?
You see, I'm Dennis Day.
Yeah? Well, don't tell me about it. Go see a representative of Forest Lawn.
But I'm alive. Honest, I am. Here, watch. I'll breathe for you.
Look, mister, I don't know what you're talking about, but I got a death certificate for Dennis Day, and death certificates never lie.
But I tell you, I'm Dennis Day.
Born September 12th, 1926?
Yeah.
Father's name Patrick, mother's Molly?
Yeah, that's right.
Lie down, bud.
But I'm alive, I tell you.
You're going to argue with the city records? You are dead.
But look at me. Do I look like I'm dead?
Well, they made some great strides in embalming the past few years.
Oh, please, be reasonable, mister.
Now, look, all I know is what it says in the records. If you are Dennis Day, you're dead.
But, mister...
Hey, will you stop? You were hit by a beer truck on the corner of 3rd and Elm on February 2nd and killed. Now, beat it. I have enough trouble with live people without bothering with your type.
Oh, my gosh, what Mrs. Anderson always said about me from the neck up has come true all over.
Oh, hi, Dennis. Did you pick up your birth certificate?
Mildred, I'm afraid we'll have to call off our marriage.
Oh, Dennis, why?
Well, in the first place, according to the records, you might find me a little cold.
What?
And in the second place, how would it look going on a honeymoon with my own widow?
What on earth are you talking about?
Our marriage, it just won't work, that's all. Imagine hearing the Justice of Peace saying, I now pronounce you stiff and wife.
Dennis, are you feeling all right?
Oh, sure. Wonderful, considering the condition I'm in.
What condition are you in?
I'm dead.
You're what?
It's true, Mildred. My corpus has delictide.
Dennis Day.
I was so young, Mildred. Why did I have to go? Why?
Dennis, will you please calm down and explain what this is all about?
According to the City Hall records, I died a couple of weeks ago. I was hit by a beer truck at the corner of 3rd and Elm.
But that's ridiculous. You're not dead.
You don't think so?
Well, you hear me talking to you, don't you? And feel me touching you?
Yeah. Gee, you must be dead, too.
Neither of us are. They've made some sort of mistake in the records, and we're going down there and get it straightened out. If we have to see the mayor himself.
We are?
Of course we are.
Okay, but I was just thinking, this is quite a choice to have to make.
Choice?
Well, sure. Change the records and marry you, or leave them as they are and never have to pay any income tax. All right, I'm going. Don't push, don't push.
Thank you very much for seeing us, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I'm a very busy man, but my secretary said it was emergency. Now, just what seems to be the trouble?
Well, Your Honor, I'm alive and healthy, and everybody's trying to tell me I'm dead.
My. Same thing that Harry Truman has just been through, huh?
Oh, no, sir. We mean really dead.
You mean actually deceased?
Sure. I died February 2nd.
You did?
Yes, sir.
You realize you're violating a city ordinance? Should have been buried a week ago.
Oh, no. Actually, I'm alive. But your records show I was standing on the corner of 3rd and Elm when all of a sudden a truck full of beer hit me.
Are you sure it didn't and you had your mouth open?
Oh, no, sir.
Well, it's just according to your records that he's dead, Mr. Mayor, and something's got to be done about it.
Well, sure, Your Honor. Gosh, if I claim to be dead now when I really do die, who'll believe me?
Hi, George. You've got something there, my boy. I can't wait till you get it out of here.
It's nothing to joke about, Mr. Mayor.
No, here I am actually alive and legally dead. There must be some way out of this mess.
Well, I can think of one. I'll pay for the gun if you like.
Oh, no, that's too drastic.
Very well, I'll look into the case immediately. You said your name was Day, I believe?
Yes, sir, Dennis Day.
Oh, yes, the name comes back to me now. Your death certificate was filed on February 2nd, the day before our last city election. Believe me, your vote came in mighty handy. Huh? Oh, nothing, just reminiscing. Suppose you have a seat in the anteroom, my boy. I'll get right to work on your case.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll run home and wait for you, Dennis.
Okay, Mildred. And if they don't find out I'm alive, well, just remember we all have to go sometime.
My gracious, do you realize it's almost 6, Herbert? Where can Dennis and Mildred be? They're never home this late.
Oh, we'll probably be hearing from them soon, Passion Puss. I'm sure.
Herbert, I can tell from your expression you think you've put something over on me.
Me, Poopsie girl?
Yes, you. The last time you looked like this was when I forced you to take that medicine to build you up. And it turned out to be 60% alcohol.
Well, I guess it can't do any harm to tell you, dear. Dennis and Mildred are probably married by now.
Married? Did you say married?
Mm-hmm. They eloped.
What? Why, they can't do that. I'll stop them. I'll have them jailed.
Careful, lover. You know what happens when you get excited in the new corset. Something's sure to give.
But my own daughter, deliberately disobeying me like that. How could she? Running off.
And Mother, Daddy.
Mildred, where is he? Where is that husband of yours?
Oh, we're not married, Mother. Dennis ran into a snag down at the Hall of Records.
Thank heaven. To think you could plan such a thing, especially when you know it's what I did. And you have an example of what I wound up with right in front of you.
But, Mother,
Not another word out of you. Get up to your room this minute.
Mother,
I said go up to your room and don't you stir from it.
Yes, Mother.
If I had my hands on that Dennis Day now, I'd take him apart. I'd find out what fills all that space between his sinus and his skull. Where did Mildred say he was?
The Hall of Records.
Give me that phone.
Poopsie, now don't say anything rash, will you? No, I couldn't bear seeing you only on visiting days.
Don't be silly. I'm just going to tell him if he ever comes near this house again, I'll... Hello? Hall of Records? I'm trying to locate a boy named Dennis Day. Do you have... He's what? But he can't be. A beer truck? You sure? Yes, sir. Thank you.
Poopsie, what is it?
It's Dennis. He was hit by a beer truck.
Good heavens, you don't mean that he...
Yes, that poor little boy. He probably threw himself underneath it. And it's all my fault. Oh, why didn't that beer truck run over me instead of him?
Yes, you probably wouldn't have even been hurt.
Oh, I can't bear the thought of telling Mildred. And when I think of the things I've said about him, I used to call him Dopey. He really wasn't dopey.
No, indeed. He wasn't dopey. He was just... Well, he was, that is...
That's right.
Yes.
He was only a little... Well, I mean, sort of a trifle... Oh, that poor dopey boy. I'll be right back, Herbert. I need my smelling salts, and then we'll tell Mildred together.
Yes, dear. Meanwhile, I'll call the hospital and see if that's where they brought him.
All right.
Hello, General Hospital? Did they bring in a boy named Dennis Day here? Yeah, he was run over by a beer truck. Well, he was about...
Oh, hi, Mr. Anderson.
Hello, Dennis. Be with you in a minute. He was about 22, dark hair and brown eyes, and his name was Dennis, is that really you in the flesh?
Oh, sure, and bones and everything.
But I thought you were... down at the City Hall, they said that...
Oh, that was just a mistake in the records. It's all fixed now. It seems the beer truck ran over Miss Baker's Cocker Spaniel, whose name was also Dennis Day. And they thought it was me, although we didn't look anything alike.
You mean they confused you and a dog?
I don't particularly care for the way you put it, but that's what happened.
Oh, what a relief. And poor Poopsie's conscience has been bothering her so... Wait a minute.
Huh?
Oh, I hate myself when I get fascinating ideas like this. But Poopsie's been pretty mean to you. She should be taught a good lesson.
You mean?
Yes. Now, quick. I think I hear her coming. Hide behind that curtain, and we'll hand her a little surprise.
Yeah.
Well, does the hospital have any news, Herbert?
No, dear. I don't know where they took him. Are you all right now? I mean, is it still bothering you?
No, I took it off.
I don't mean that. I mean your conscience. But you don't think he might come back and haunt you, do you?
Why, don't be fantastic. You know I don't believe in God. What was that?
What was what?
That voice. Herbert.
Huh?
Look. There, in front of the curtain.
Where?
He can't see me, Mrs. Anderson, and he can't hear what I'm saying either. Can you, Mr. Anderson?
No, not a word. Look, see here. What is it? You look as though you're seeing a ghost.
I think I am.
Yes, ma'am. Excuse my civilian clothes. They haven't issued me my sheet yet.
Oh, Dennis, please forgive me. In spite of the way I treated you on Earth, I always loved you. Truly I did.
Now she tells me.
Dennis, are you going to haunt me?
Yes. From the moment you get up in the morning until you go to sleep at night.
Well, but that's terrifying.
I know, but we ghosts can take it.
No, please forgive me. I shouldn't have refused to let you marry Mildred. Oh, if only I had it to do over again. I'd love you for my son-in-law. I'd gladly do anything.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Mildred, you can see him, too?
What? Oh, why shouldn't I be able to see him? He's standing right there.
Yes, but he... Wait a minute.
Boy, I'm beginning to wish I was.
Oh, a trick. You are alive. You're no more dead than usual. You...
Oh, wait, Mrs. Anderson. You really love me, remember? You just said yourself you wanted me for your son-in-law.
I was under the influence of spirits. Come here, you. I'll teach you to elope with my daughter and play tricks on me.
See me at the corner of 3rd and Elm. I'm off to look for a beer truck.
Now, here is a very important announcement. The makers of Palmolive soap are giving away $100,000 in prizes. First prize, $49,000, plus over 4,900 other cash prizes in the big 49 Gold Rush contest.
Hundreds will strike it rich in this exciting Gold Rush contest. One of them may be you. It's easy to enter. Just finish this sentence in 25 additional words or less.
I like Palmolive soap because... That's all. Just 25 words or less to finish the sentence, I like Palmolive soap because. Then mail your entry right away along with a Palmolive soap wrapper.
Try for your share of that $100,000 in prizes right now. Your chance of winning $49,000 is as good as anyone's. Get entry blank with complete rules from your dealer or write your completed sentence on plain paper. Include your name and address and dealer's name and address. Mail with one Palmolive soap wrapper for each entry to Gold Rush Contest, Box 49, New York 8, New York. Better write that down. Gold Rush Contest, Box 49, New York 8, New York. Enter often as you like, including one wrapper with each entry.
Get Palmolive soap right away to help win a lovelier complexion. And try for your share of the $100,000 in cash prizes. With the music of Charles Dant in the orchestra, here's Dennis to sing the lovely ballad, Far Away Places.
Far away places with strange sounding names, far away over the sea. Those far away places with a strange sounding name are calling me. Going to China or maybe Siam, I myself. Those faraway places I've been reading about in a book that I took from a shelf. I start getting restless whenever I hear a whistle of a train. I pray for the day I can get underway and look for those castles in Spain. They call me a dreamer. Well, maybe I am, but I know that I'm burning to see those faraway places in sounding names calling
Good night, everybody.
Next week, tune in to another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Dumas' magic blend. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Yes, tonight, you can be a
dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
If you want to own your own home or business, send your children through college, or have financial security when you retire, keep this in mind. You can make your dreams come true by buying U.S. savings bonds. For when your bonds mature, you'll get $4 for every $3 you invest. So use the payroll savings plan where you work. Or if you're your own boss, use the bond-a-month plan where you bank. You'll find that automatic savings is sure savings. Listen again next week for Colgate's Hour of Fun, Judy Canova, followed by Dennis Day. And for another great comedy program, hear Blondie next Wednesday evening over your favorite NBC station. And for a wonderful story and color photo of your favorite singing star, Dennis Day, get the current issue of Radio Stars and Television Magazine, now on the newsstands. This is Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Transcribed. Ladies and gentlemen, the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
When there's beer on your mind, your best thought is Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. More people like the taste of Schlitz than any other beer. That's why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America.
And now, The Halls of Ivy.
The halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget though we be far, far away.
Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. A vast silence has recently descended upon the campus. The midterm examinations will soon begin, and like most college presidents, Dr. William Todhunter Hall enjoys this terminal lull. It gives him a chance to lock himself up in his study and polish off the accumulated unfinished business. And that's what he's doing at the moment. His wife, the former Victoria Cromwell of the London stage, has just answered the front doorbell. She enters the living room with a visitor and says,
Well, if you're quite certain it's important, I'll try and get him out. But I must warn you, Mr.
Nolan. Harry Nolan.
Well, I must warn you, Mr. Nolan, that I may not succeed. Once my husband locks himself up in his study, he becomes entirely oblivious to the rest of the world. In fact, compared to Dr. Hall when he's concentrating, a Hindu faker on a bed of nails could be termed flighty.
It's important.
Well, I do my best. William! The house is on fire! William! How important is it, Mr. Nolan?
I've flown in all the way from New York to offer your husband $150,000, Mrs. Hall. You rate it.
William! Don't worry. I'll get him out. I'll use the old piano routine.
The old...
Yeah, the old piano routine. I generally reserve it for just such emergencies as this. It never fails. Holds him out by the ear, in fact. Now, you watch. In less than 20 seconds, he'll unlock the door, open it, stride over to the piano, and when you watch, just sit down over there on the couch, and I'll join you in a moment. Are you ready?
Ready.
Yeah. Here we go.
This is the most excruciating...
William, you have a visitor.
Harry. Hairbreadth Harry.
Billy. Bouncing Billy.
You old son of a gun.
You old son of a gun.
Hasn't it been a long time?
Hasn't it been a long time?
You haven't changed a bit.
You haven't changed a bit.
You old son of a gun.
You old son of a gun.
I'm delighted to see you.
I'm delighted to see you.
You look great.
You look great.
You old son of a gun.
You old son of a gun.
Hairbreadth Harry.
Bouncing Billy.
You old son of a gun.
You old son of a gun.
Well, that clears that up, doesn't it?
I'm sorry, Victoria. Have you met...
Oh, yes, we've met without the tribal chanting, of course, but we've met.
Well, we're fraternity brothers, Harry and I. We roomed together for 3 years. We shared everything. Clothes.
Money.
Girls. Ho, ho, ho.
Those were the days.
Harry, where have you been? I haven't heard from you since... 1940.
Oh, out on the West Coast till a few months ago. Then they made me vice president in charge of operations for the whole network and sent me east to New York.
Still in radio,
Radio? Aren't you quaint? No, television's my baby now, and it's quite a bouncing baby, too.
Yeah, I know. We get the same kind of reception on our set.
As a matter of fact, Billy, that's why I'm here. What would you do if I offered you a certified check for $150,000?
He'd take it quick like a bunny.
Darling, please. 150,000 in return for what?
We want the TV rights to Ivy's football games next year.
I see. Harry, make it 160,000 and the television rights are yours.
Oh, I wish I could. But I can't go a penny above 150. Business-wise, it's not worth it.
Well, sponsor-wise, it might be.
Market-wise, it's not.
Money-wise, it's not too much.
Profit-wise, it is.
Food-wise, would anybody care for lunch?
Lunch? Oh, I suggest we wait until Professor Barrett arrives. Victoria, I invited him to drop over for lunch.
Good heavens, is old Barrett still head of the drama department?
Yeah, he certainly is. No, Harry, I can't possibly take less than 160. I'd like you to have the rights, but I know you don't expect me to give it to you out of sentiment.
Oh, of course not. And I'd like to give you 160,000, but I know you don't expect me to be guided by sentimental consideration. Now, I always say there's no place in business for sentiment. Don't you agree, Mrs. Hall?
Well, you asked the wrong person. I'm the original sentimental Susie. I can't bear to disappoint people. And the more I like them, the less I can bear it. I go all melted buttery inside.
She's sweet, isn't she?
Yeah, I'm a living doll. In business matters, not very wise. Speaking wise, that is.
I agree with you, though, Harry. When it comes to business, my head rules and not my heart. I find that you can't read the fine print with tears in your eyes.
No, it's the same with me. Why, I wouldn't even ask someone to do business with me on a sentimental basis. I don't con people, and I don't want to be conned.
Right.
150. I won't budge a jot.
160. I won't budge a tittle.
I always meant to ask about that. Exactly how does one go about budging jots and tittles?
Later, darling, later.
Billy, I'll tell you what. I'll offer $150,000 plus a job for you.
For me?
We're setting up a swank 39-week television series. It's a drama series, world's best plays, that sort of thing. We need a master of ceremonies, someone to tell the audience about each play, its history, aesthetics, significance, and maybe, between acts, peddle a little soap. How would you like to do it? Pays very well. We want someone like you, someone with prestige, someone with distinction. You'd make a very good appearance, and you've a fine, resonant speaking voice.
Well, but I don't quite, you really think so? Oh, I don't, no, I couldn't. It's quite impossible. No.
Well, don't decide it off the cuff. Think about it. I tell you what, go back into your study and finish whatever it is you were doing, and then we'll...
No, I've quite finished. I was merely reading a manuscript at Professor Barrett's request. A play, as a matter of fact, and if you should change your mind and decide to present a series of the world's worst plays, you'd be interested in this one.
Thank you, no. If we ever do present such a series, I still have some of the masterpieces I composed when I was taking Barrett's playwriting course. Talk about turkeys.
Yours couldn't possibly be more aromatic than this one.
Oh, I didn't know you'd read it, Victoria.
Well, yeah, I happened to see it on your desk, and after glancing at the first line, became perversely fascinated by it. After each page, a small, still voice inside would urge, "Go on, Victoria, read a bit more. It'll feel so good when you stop." I've read a lot of plays in my day, but I've never before encountered such mishmash.
Mishmash? Oh, yes, of course, mishmash. I'm glad you agree with me.
Yeah, who wrote it?
Well, Barrett wouldn't say. You know how sensitive he's always been about hurting his students' feelings.
Oh, yes. Whenever he read one of my little gems to the class, the knowledge that the author would remain anonymous was worth $6 a minute.
I can't understand how, after 4 months with Barrett, the greatest authority in the field of theatrical literature and dramaturgy, anyone could turn in such a mushmash.
Mishmash.
Thank you. The author of this play is wasting his and Barrett's time. And if Barrett is too sensitive to tell the student, I shall be happy to do it myself.
Do you mean to say you have the strength to tell a writer what you really think of his work?
Well, of course. When my opinion is requested, I always give it as honestly and as fully as I can. Don't you do the same?
No, not exactly, but there are scores of ways of answering the question, what do you think, without hurting the author's feelings.
I'm sure I can't think of any.
Oh, yes, of course you can. Whenever a playwright asks me, what do you really think of it? I always seem to be able to make him happy by looking deeply into his eyes and saying, that's a play. Can't possibly call it a lie. It was a play.
The one I always use is, you really have something there. Of course, I don't want to say what it is they really have.
And it's also effective to tell a playwright, there are many good things about it. Now, he doesn't know you're referring to the grade of paper it's written on, or the accuracy of the spelling, or the cleanliness of the typing.
Have you ever tried, of course it needs work?
Yes, that's a good one, too.
But that's sophistry. Weaseling. No, I shall tell Barrett, or the student, exactly what I think and let the chips fall where they may. I have too much respect for art to respect the artist. Epigram.
Well, I'd rather die than tell a playwright what I thought about his work. Well, unless, of course, I liked it.
Oh, that must be Barrett now.
Oh, good.
Excuse me, Harry, while I answer the door.
Do you think Professor Barrett will remember you after all these years?
Oh, he might. I once said something to him that made him chuckle every time he saw me during my 2 years at Ivy.
Oh, really, what?
I'd written a one-act play about the death of William Shakespeare, and Barrett called me into his office and very gently, very tactfully, but very devastatingly pointed out some of its flaws. When he finished, I said I felt it would have been much, much better if I had died and Shakespeare had written about me.
No, Professor, not in the least. You're exactly on time.
Good afternoon, Professor Barrett.
Oh, nice of you to have me, Mrs. Hall.
I wonder if you happen to remember Mr. Nolan. He's a former pupil of yours.
Of course. I remember him well. It would have been much better, sir, if I had died in Shakespeare. Of course.
Very good to see you again.
Thank you.
We were just discussing the play you asked me to read. Should we talk about it now and then have lunch, or would you prefer
No. Let me hear about it now.
Well, I feel very strongly, Professor Barrett, that the author... by the way, would you mind telling me who wrote it?
I did.
I feel very... What?
Yes, I wrote it, rewrote it, and polished it over a period of 6 or 7 years. What do you think of it? The truth now.
You wrote...
Yes.
Well, Professor... Professor Barrett, that's a play.
Yes, I know it's a play, but what about it?
You have something there.
But what?
Many good things about it.
Yes, I know. The margins are straight and so on, but the play. What about the play?
The play?
Yes.
Well, of course, you realize it needs work.
You could say that about the human race to the great creator himself. Be more specific. Do you think it's good or bad? Were you moved at all, or were you unaffected?
Well, I feel that...
Suppose we discuss it after lunch. I think it's ready now.
Lunch, thank heavens, yes, indeed. I've been looking forward to it all day. Yes, let's go in at once, Victoria, and we will talk about your play when we finish. Lunch. What a lovely thought, a nice hot lunch. Yes, indeed. Surprisingly warm for January, isn't it?
When there's beer on your mind, your best thought is Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. More people like the taste of Schlitz than any other beer. That's why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America.
Ladies and gentlemen, at 1:30 p.m. on December 26th, the 5 millionth barrel of Schlitz beer brewed in 1950 rolled out of the brewery. This is an all-time record. You helped set this record. You and the millions of people who prefer Schlitz to any other beer. You who have made Schlitz the largest selling beer in America simply because you like the taste of it. To you, Schlitz gives its thanks and its promise that every glass of the beer that made Milwaukee famous will continue to be the kind of beer that makes millions agree it has to be fine to be first.
That surround us here today.
Now back to the halls of Ivy. Professor Barrett and Harry Nolan are conversing in the living room of the Hall's home. Dr. Hall, having delayed the inevitable as long as he possibly could, has gone to his study to fetch Professor Barrett's play. Mrs. Hall joins him there and says,
Toddy, you all right?
No, but I've got to go through with this, and how can I possibly tell such a gracious and gentle friend what I really think of his effort?
It's only a play, darling.
It can't be dismissed as lightly as that. Like any work of art, it's a creation, just as surely as a child is a creation. And like a child, the greater the pain and the greater the effort expended upon it, the more it is loved. Professor Barrett has worked on this play for 6 or 7 years. You heard him. And it's as cruel to shatter his conception of its merit as it would be to say to a doting father, is that your child's face or a Halloween mask it's wearing?
Well, then, I I suggest you tell him we think it's one of the most powerful and beautiful plays ever written.
Ah, but a favorable reaction from me would only spur him on to submit it to some producer, and that would lead to unbearable humiliation. Don't forget, in the past 30 years, he's taught at least a score of students who have become quite respectable writers and achieved reasonable success.
To say nothing of the few who haven't been in the least bit respectable and have achieved even greater success.
Yes, exactly.
Charlie, I don't mean to press, but we really can't stay in here with the others waiting for us in there.
Oh, all right. Hail, Caesar, we who are about to die. I'm ready, darling.
Have you come to a decision?
Yes, I'll tell him the truth. Perhaps you're right. Perhaps it is only a play. You wouldn't care to... No, of course not. Forgive me, I'm sorry I asked. You go all melted buttery inside, don't you? Yes. Come on.
That's what I thought.
After you, Vicky. Oh. I'm sorry I took so long, Professor Barrett. My desk is such a frightful heap of accumulated papers that
I quite understand. My wife often refers to my own desk as the city dump. Well, what do you think of the play? The truth now.
Oh, I intend to speak truthfully. I know you feel as keenly as I that we must always make it a point to face the facts. Face the facts.
Steady, Doctor. Your Freudian slip is showing.
No, Professor. Really, I intend to tell you exactly what I think about your play.
Without fear or favor?
Without fear or favor.
Good. Well?
In my estimation, your play... by the way, speaking of plays, did anyone see the end run Gerby made in the New Year's Day game of Remarkable, simply remarkable.
Was it?
Oh, yes, remarkable. Wasn't it, Victoria?
Oh, yes, it was. I remember remarking to you at the time that it was remarkable.
Wasn't it, though? 11 yards.
What the devil's so remarkable about that?
It was the wrong direction.
Speaking of football, what do you think of my play?
This is what I think.
I'm really very anxious to know, not only because it's my first play, but because, I don't mind telling you, I'm very anxious to have it produced. I might have worked on it a few years more, I suppose, but I can no longer indulge myself.
Well, I don't quite understand, Professor.
I need money. Quite a lot of it, the doctors inform me.
Doctors? Are you ill, Professor Barrett?
My wife.
I never realized.
Yes, she's quite ill. When they told me, I naturally thought of my play immediately. It's really the only large asset I have. All my hopes are centered upon it.
I see. I'm dreadfully sorry about Mrs. Barrett.
Yes, so am I.
Oh, well, go ahead, Dr. Hall. Is it, in your estimation, a good play?
Dear Professor Barrett, we both love you, and it's a bad play. Although beautifully constructed and technically precise, it's entirely devoid of feeling, beyond the art of any actor, and will induce in the audience neither laughter nor tears. That is what William and I, in all truth, think.
I see.
You must know, with all your experience, that there's no truth about a play's merits. I mean, no one can say with certainty that it's good or bad. But you asked us to tell you what we felt. And we felt what we told you.
Thank you.
Professor Barrett, there are some who light the torch and some who hold it aloft. Who is to say which of these is the greater?
No, it's quite all right, William. It's quite all right.
Anyway, Billy, as I was telling you at lunch, this jockey spoke to me while I was over at the paddock. Mr. Nolan, he said, I want to give you a tip. There's a filly down at the stable who has yet to run her first race. She's the fastest thing I've ever seen. Well, of course, I'm interested immediately, having my own stable as I do. So I went to see this filly's owner. Told him I might be interested in buying her. Understand?
What? Understand what? Oh, yes, the filly. Yeah.
He quoted a price that was out of this world. I told him he was crazy and offered him half what he asked. Understand?
What? Oh, yes, horses. Yes. Professor Barrett.
I'm not finished. Well, you know how it is in horse trading. Give a little, take a little, and eventually you may be able to make a deal. Understand? Same as any other deal. Horses, real estate, television rights to football games. Give a little, take a little. Understand?
No.
I say that when you're trying to make a deal, you give a little, take a little. Whether it's horses, television rights to football games, 39-week drama series. Understand?
Horses, television, 39-week Oh, yes. Of course I understand. But what do you take me for? I wholeheartedly agree.
Good. Professor Barrett.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't following the conversation.
No, I was saying that I wish you'd do me a favor. Help me out of a predicament.
Well, gladly, my boy, if I can.
Well, as I told you, I'm in television now, and we're thinking of presenting a very swank 39-week series, World's Best Plays, one a week, you know. Well, we're looking for someone to be the nominal producer, someone with prestige in the field of dramatic arts. Someone to appear on each program and sort of introduce the play and tell the audience something about it. It's a very important and highly paid job, but I can't think of anyone to fit the bill. Would you mind suggesting...
There's Lazard over in England and
McRae of the... No, I've just had the most marvelous inspiration.
I wondered if it's the same one I have.
Why, heavens to Betsy, I'm all at sea. What do you mean?
Why, Professor Barrett would be wonderful on such a program.
By George, it never occurred to me.
I? On television?
What a capital idea. Now, why couldn't I have thought of it?
Because you're stupid.
Television, do you really think it's possible?
Well, we mustn't get our hopes up, must we? TV has very, very strict requirements. Let me hear your voice. Say, how now, brown cow?
How now, brown cow?
Perfect. Why, you could knock me over with a feather. And you have such a distinguished appearance. Professor Barrett, I'd be very grateful if you accepted the job.
Of
course, it only pays $500 a week. But then it's merely a few hours' work. Please say you'll do it. As a favor to me.
Oh, but of course, I'd be delighted to. That is, if you're quite sure. You see, I'm not really a performer.
Well, how do you know? I never knew a good teacher yet that wasn't a bit of a ham at heart.
What about my billing?
Billing, huh? Don't worry, you're a performer. We'll discuss your billing later.
Professor, I'm sure you'll be a great success.
Dear me, I'm quite bewildered. $500 a week. You please excuse me, all of you. I must get home and tell my wife all about this. I shall break it to her gently, of course. Well, goodbye.
Oh.
Harry, you drive a hard bargain.
You drive a hard bargain.
You old son of a gun.
You old son of a gun.
That echoes back again.
Oh, it's wonderful, isn't it? Harry, that's a magnificent gesture you made.
Gesture? Me? You out of your mind? He happened to be what I was looking for. That's the only reason I offered him the job. What I always say is there's no room in business for sentiment.
Right. In business, one must have a hard heart as well as a hard head.
Beautifully put.
I still don't agree.
Oh, you're just one of those people, Victoria, who go all melted buttery inside at the prospect of hurting someone's feelings. You can't help it, but there it is.
Yeah, I know. It's a weakness. I often wish I could be more like you in that respect. You know, and cleave to the truth no matter what.
Though the heavens fall.
Yeah, exactly. Though the heavens fall. I lack the strength.
Tut, darling, I've more than enough for both of us. Well, it turned out quite nicely. Harry, you don't have to leave yet, do you?
No, I can stay until you sign this football contract for television. Just happen to have it here in my left hand and a fountain pen in my right hand. And we have a witness who wouldn't be so bad on television herself. Call that an offer if you like, Mrs. Hall.
No, thank you. I'm a home girl now.
Thank you, my darling. Although I'm sure you could meet any and all television requirements.
Oh.
But Harry has football instead. How many plunging lines does he need?
beer on your mind, your best thought is Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. More people like the taste of Schlitz than any other beer. That's why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America.
Now, here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
We'll be seeing you next week at the same time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. Harry Nolan was played by Elliot Lewis, and Professor Barrett was Norman Field. Tonight's script was written by Robert Sinclair, Walter Brown Newman, and Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and transcribed by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking.
That surround us here today, and we will not forget though we be far.
Here comes the Great Gildersleeve. Then it's Groucho Marx on NBC. Here comes the Great Gildersleeve. Then it's Groucho Marx on NBC.
Let's bring out our star, the creator and originator of Bugs Bunny, Mel Blanc. Come on in.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very grateful for this opportunity to meet you and to introduce myself. I'd like to tell you a little about my background. When I first came to Hollywood, it seems when film producers heard my vocal calisthenics, consistently and loud they shouted, "No! This guy don't rate with movie photogenics." They said my face was meant for radio.
They said his face was meant for radio.
Don't rub it in. So I developed character projection upon the air and finally got a call. Producers hollered, "Mel is our selection, 'cause he's the biggest character of all."
'Cause he's the biggest character of all.
You guys can be replaced, you know. I became the happy postman with a manner so beguiling. You remember.
Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
I became a train announcer, and my tonsils did a conga with
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
They said that he'd look good on radio, and everybody told him where to go.
No coaching from the audience, please. As a violin teacher, I made a nice penny, which ain't doing bad when you work for Jack Benny. What a tune your fiddle brings on, how I wish it had no strings on. I force a smile and try to please and cry upon my pillow. I've even been Calliope's. Forgive me, please, Petrillo. I heard that. As Pedro, when I see a girl with grace, Chiquita,
I say, pardon me for talking in your face, senorita.
And then this little guy I've saved for last.
I'm Zuki, and in the fix-it shop, I'm the president. I'm the vice president. I'm the... Not so fast!
Is taking in a lot of dough because his face was meant for radio.
It's a lie. Why do you think I got a fix-it shop? 'Cause I had to find a way to pay the rent. I'm what is known as a successful flop, 'cause before I get a quarter, it is spent. I'm on a lot of air shows. If I'm lying, I should choke. My tax consultant says if I get one more show, I'm broke. So why do you think I got a fix-it shop?
'Cause for radio, his face was meant.
Agents get commission. Don't forget withholding tax. My dentist and physician, and my wife's account at Saks. Publicity and writers. Oh, my aching back and head. If I get laryngitis, then I might as well be dead. My paper profits grieve me, 'cause they never reach the bank. My assets, please believe me, like my second name, are blank.
So why do you think he's got a fix-it shop?
And I only hope the darn thing really clicks. I am the lowest of the guys on top.
He has found that fame and fortune doesn't mix.
There's dough for entertainment, bills and bills the whole day long. I even had to pay a guy to write this stinking song. So why do you think I got a fix-it shop? 'Cause I'm really in a heck of a fix.
In Carfair,
I'm really in a heck of a fix.
Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Jerry Hausner, Hans Conried, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Don?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Until Christmas, and in Mel Blanc's little town, young men eager to make a good impression are buying Christmas gifts for their young ladies. At the local furrier's, Sam Brown is saying to the clerk,
I'll take this fur coat, wrap it as a gift, and send it Christmas morning.
At the jewelry store, Tom Williams is saying,
I'll take this diamond bracelet, wrap it as a gift, and send it Christmas morning.
And in the candy shop where Mel Blanc has been shopping, Mel is saying,
I'll take this 2-pound box of peanut brittle. No, don't wrap it as a gift. I'll eat it right here.
So Mel ate the peanut brittle. Right now, we find him in his fix-it shop with his girlfriend, Betty. Being very low on funds, Mel is turning the pages of a mail-order catalog, hoping that the pictures may suggest a gift for Betty.
Broom handle, garbage pail, nail polish, eye wash, diamond ring, fur coat, wristwatch, hand wipers, shoe horn.
Mel,
Huh?
stop turning the pages so fast.
Oh, all right. Well, let's start from the front of the catalog.
Yeah, all right, good.
Page 1, women's dresses. Page 2, women's bathrobes. Page 3, women's nightgowns. Page 4...
Betty, stop turning the pages so fast. Oh, we don't need this old catalog anyway.
That's right. I got you a perfectly wonderful gift last year without the catalog.
By the way, Betty, what did you get me last Christmas?
Oh, don't you remember, darling, those long-handled Chinese back scratchers?
Back scratchers?
Yeah.
And I've been serving salad with them all year. Gosh, Betty, won't it be swell when we're married and can have Christmas in our own little house? We'll get up Christmas morning and look at the tree with all the presents.
Yes. And then maybe we'll hear the patter of little feet around the tree.
Betty, Santa Claus doesn't bring children.
I know that, Mel. And I think you should also know that Willie Murdoch is giving me a wonderful gift. And very expensive.
Willie Murdoch. He's probably just trying to impress your father. Betty, why does your father favor him over me? He's got little narrow shoulders, and I've got, he's got a small forehead, and I've got, he's got practically no chin, and I've got, gosh, we look so much alike, I don't see how your father can tell us apart.
Willie will take care of that with his Christmas gift.
Oh, is that so? Well, I'm going to get some money and get you a much bigger Christmas present. Oh, hello, Mr. Colby.
Hello, Father.
Betty, are you here again? How many times have I told you to stay away from this no-good, timid nincompoop?
Father, that's not true. Mel is not timid.
Yeah, that's right, Betty.
Betty, this pauper will never amount to anything.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so. I bet you don't have a quarter to your name.
Is that so? That's so. Well, look, Mr. Colby.
Betty, you go on back to the supermarket. You should be helping Willie prepare for the new radio program.
Yeah, all right, Father. Goodbye, Mel.
Bye, Betty. Mr. Colby, did you say something about a radio program?
Yes, but it needn't bother you.
Needn't bother me, Mr. Colby? Me, the greatest actor in town?
Oh, never mind that. I came in to see if you could straighten out this signet ring I'm wearing. It's gotten a little lopsided.
Oh, that's easy, Mr. Colby. Just lay your finger on the counter here.
Here?
Yeah, that's fine. Now I'll just take this hammer and...
Oh, Mel Blanc!
What's the matter, Mr. Colby? The ring isn't lopsided anymore.
No, now my finger is.
Well, Mr. Colby, if I've done anything to hurt you, let me make it up by acting in your radio program.
Oh.
What kind of a program is it, anyway?
Well, it's an idea my manager, Willie Murdoch, gave me. I'm sponsoring a program which appeals to the ladies. Great idea, Willie's. Supper at the supermarket.
Supper at the supermarket? See, that's a natural for me. I would make a perfect master of ceremonies.
No, I'm leaving.
Oh, don't go, Mr. Colby. Listen to this. Now you have 8. Will you try for 16? Who does that sound like?
Tommy Manville.
No, Phil Harris. I'll even do his accordion. I should have said Baker. I'll even do Baker's accordion. I can do either one of them, but I'll do Phil Baker's accordion. Listen to this.
Oh, Mel Blanc, I've had enough of your silly clown.
Wait a minute. I'm a natural for radio, Mr. Colby. Listen to this.
You've got to start out each day with a song, even if things go wrong. Mel Blanc, you come around to my program and I'll break every bone in your body now. How do you like that? Everybody wants to get into the act.
Please, Mr. Colby, give me a chance. Besides, I need the money badly. I want to get Betty a Christmas gift, and I don't want to give her just anything. I want to give her something she'll like.
Now, don't worry. She likes you. She'll like anything. Besides, my manager, Willie Murdoch's going to be the master of ceremonies. Well, I got to go now.
Oh, wait, Mr. Colby, just one more. There's good news tonight. The international picture is a bit clouded. On the one hand, we see good tidings. On the other hand, we see bad tidings. Who knows? Tomorrow may be just tidings. In conclusion,
I'm leaving.
Oh, gosh, I'll never be able to get enough money for Betty's gift. What'll I do? There's bad news for Mel Blanc tonight. In conclusion, we can safely say that for Mel
It looks very blank.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
A breath of trouble can spell the doom of happiness between bride and groom. That little breath of trouble, I mean unpleasing breath, has ruined many a romance. Don't you be an innocent victim. Here's a helpful hint. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Now, Victor Miller, the sportsman, and Uncle Remus.
Uncle Remus, Uncle Remus, Uncle Remus said,
gather round me, little children, before you go to bed.
Just give him your attention, hear what he's got to say.
I'll tell you how the animals got that way.
The leopard's taffy got the gout from eating too much speckled trout.
The lammy dreamed of polka dots,
and that's how the leopard got his spots. That's what Uncle Remus said. That's what Uncle Remus said. From speckled trout and polka dots.
That's how the leopard got his spots.
More, Uncle Remus, tell us more.
The piggy saw his monkey friend swinging by his other end.
He tried the same thing on a rail,
and that's how the piggy got a curly tail.
That's what Uncle Remus said. That's what Uncle Remus said. He tried the same thing on a rail. That's why the piggy got a curly tail. That's all, little chillins. That's all, little chillins. Be good, little chillins.
Time to go to bed.
That's right, Uncle Remus. Good night, Uncle Remus.
Sleep tight, Uncle Remus.
Or we'll put a hole in your head. Your head.
Mel Blanc tried to get the job of Master of Ceremonies on Mr. Colby's new radio program, Supper at the Supermarket, so that he could buy his girlfriend Betty as expensive a gift as the one his rival, Willie Murdoch, is getting her. But Mr. Colby turned Mel down cold, and Mel still hasn't been able to raise any money. However, the wonderful thing about Mel is that he never worries. Despite his predicament, he calmly goes about his duties in the fix-it shop. Right now, his keen mind is tackling the delicate problem of restoring the voice of a mama doll.
Gosh, if only gets Betty a better present than I do.
With experienced fingers, he deftly manipulates the mechanism of the voice of the doll.
I gotta get some money. Gee, my customers owe me plenty.
And now, having completed the delicate operation, he tips the mama doll gently forward.
Just like new. Oh, I know what to do. Hey, Zuki!
Yeah, Mel.
Look, Zuki, here's a list of people who owe us money. I want you to go out and collect it.
Oh, okay, Mel. You can it depends. On me. Gee, I hope I can collect some money for Mel. Well, here's the first house here, Mrs. Brown. I'll ring the bell. I'll ring the bell. I'll ring the bell. I'll knock on the door. Hello, Mrs. Brown. I came to collect for Mel's repair job on your washing machine.
What? Do you know what he did to my washing machine? I just put these sheets through it and look at them.
Gee, what lovely lace curtains. Well, here's the Jones house. How do you do, Mrs. Jones? I came to collect the bill for Mel Blanc. Well, here's the Smith house. How do you do, Mrs. Smith? I came to collect... Well, here's the Gibbs house. How do you do? Well, here's the Martin house. Nobody home.
Well, Zuki, how did you make out?
Oh, well, I collected 10 to the 5 to the 3 to the... not a dime. Oh, Mel, here comes Mr. Cushing, the president of the Loyal Order of
Benevolent zebras.
Thanks.
Hello, Mel.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-boo-boo-ugga. How are you feeling?
Not very well, Mel. Last Thursday, my wife and I had the worst fight we've ever had. Next morning, she was in the hospital.
Poor woman.
Poor woman, nothing. She was visiting me. Brought me a pie. She says,
"Eat it. It's good for you. It'll melt in your mouth."
Well, did it melt in your mouth?
Yeah, but it hardened in my stomach. Everything about that woman is hard, Mel. Her relatives, her feelings, her face, her voice. If only her arteries would get that way. I don't know why I'm standing here telling you all this. It's just that I don't know what to talk to. Well, Mel, you gotta be going.
Before you ugga, mighty potentate, where are you going?
Well, I'm going to Colby's supermarket program. The wife will be there because they're giving away a $40 bottle of perfume to the oldest woman in the audience.
Well, do you think your wife is old enough to win it?
Ha!
You really married a woman much older than you, didn't you?
Mel, age didn't matter. When I first met my wife, Babe, I worshipped the ground she walked on. Besides, she owned the property.
I guess in your case, Cupid was a real estate agent. Say, did you go with Babe much before you married her?
Well, I went with her for 5 years. And then her uncle died and left her $3 million. After that, it was a case of love at first sight.
Oh, you only married her because her uncle left her that money.
No, that's not true, Mel. I would have married her no matter who left her the money. Mel, how different it was when we were first married. I remember I carved our initials on a big tree. She was so touched, she kissed the tree.
How romantic. Then what happened?
The tree died. Man, you're not listening very carefully.
Well, I was just thinking. If I was the oldest lady in Colby's supermarket, I'd get the $40 bottle of perfume. Then I'd give it to Betty, and that would settle everything. Say, mighty potentate, do you know where I can get a lady's wig?
Well, I could let you have one of my wife's. But I won't have any part of such skullduggery. Goodbye, Mel.
Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga. Gosh, I wonder how I sound as an old lady.
Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Well, are we having fun? Isn't supper at the supermarket a gosh dandy program? Ha, ha, ha. Yes, sir. Well, the woman with the funny hat can sit down now. Well, this is Willie Murdoch's handing the mic back to your host, Mr. Colby, who will select the very oldest lady in our audience.
Excuse me, young lady. May I sit next to you, girl?
Why, certainly, madam. My, you're awfully old.
Well, I gotta be to win the prize I'm getting for you.
Mel, you in a dress and a wig.
Quiet, Betty. Now, I'll get you a better gift than Murdoch, and I don't care how I do it.
Now, ladies, the highlight of our show, the awarding of this $40 bottle of perfume. I'm going to select the oldest lady in the audience. Call out your ages, please.
70. 80. 85. 90. That's my last offer.
It's a very quaint way of putting it. Madam, did you say you were 100?
That's right. 100 going on.
Going on what?
On adrenaline. What else?
Madam, what do you attribute your long life to?
Oh, vitamins.
Vitamins, eh?
Yes. My uncle ate vitamins all the time, every day. Oh, made him so lively and jumpy. Always jolly and happy. Finally, at 90, he died.
He died, huh?
Yep, happiest funeral you ever saw.
Well, madam, before I give you the grand prize, we'd like to know what is your secret ambition?
To get the bottle of perfume.
Now, yes. You must tell us what your secret ambition is.
Well, I'd like to go on the radio.
Well, what could you do on the radio?
Oh, I'd be a great mistress of ceremonies on a program like this. Guess who this is? You have 8. Will you try for 16?
I know. Phil Harris. I should have said Baker.
No, Tommy Manville.
Hey, that sounds familiar.
I'll take the perfume now.
No, not before you do another impersonation, grandmother.
Well, all right. You gotta start out each day with a song. Even when things go wrong.
I've heard that before only a short while ago.
I like that. Everybody wants to get into the act. I'll take the perfume now.
Mr. Colby, we only have 30 seconds left on the air. It's time for you to kiss the old lady.
I'll go and you can keep the perfume. So long. So long.
Just as I suspected. Mel Blanc, I'll teach you to make a fool out of me, or I'm going to break every bone in your body.
Gosh, Betty, imagine your father throwing me out like that. A fine way to treat an old lady.
Oh, Mel, darling, it's all my fault. I should never have mentioned Willie Murdoch's gift to you. To get me a better gift, look what you went through.
Yeah, the door of your father's supermarket. Oh, what's the use?
Oh, look, here comes Willie Murdoch. Why, what happened to you?
Oh, your father didn't like the program, so he threw me out of the supermarket, too.
He did?
Yeah.
How do you like that? Everybody wants to get into the act.
Mel Blanc will be back in just a minute.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
You know, that breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, has put the brakes on many a promising business career. So be on your guard against this handicap. Do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing, and remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
This is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening, good night, and
that's all, folks.
This is Buzzing reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for breakfast sweet and deep sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Show. Brought to you by Panna Toothpaste for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. An hour of smiles with Fred Allen, folks. 3,600 seconds of fun and music. Fun with our star comedian, Fred Allen. With our guest star, Bob Begley. Music with Peter Van Steeden, the Merrimack, and Win Murray. The time has come. It's the Fred Allen Show. The curtain goes up, Peter raises his baton for overture, and it's good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, is a young man who has just caught 1939 under the mistletoe and is preparing to kiss the old year goodbye. Here he is, Fred Allen, in person. Thank you.
How did you enjoy your Christmas? Did you make the welkin ring again this year?
Yes, sir, Fred.
Enjoyed yourself, huh?
Oh, say, I've had high old times at Christmas, Fred. Yeah. But I think the high old time I had this Christmas was higher than any high old times I ever had. Oh. And I've had some high old times.
You had a high old time.
Yes, sir.
Well, did you hang up your stocking this year?
Oh, you bet, Fred.
What happened?
Well, nothing. I just put it back on again in the morning.
Hey, you're lucky. I put my stocking back on and stepped in 3 jelly beans. I had to send the stocking over to Schraff's to get it laundered, Harry.
Well, that's the best. Oh, say, Fred, I'm sorry, I forgot. Thanks a lot for your present. That turkey stuffing.
Oh, the turkey? You got the turkey stuffing. How was it, Harry? How did it taste?
Well, that I can't say, Fred. The zipper on the turkey got stuck, and we had to nibble around the outside. We couldn't get the turkey open.
Oh, isn't that a
Merry December 27th, folks.
Hey, what?
You can't tell what'll happen.
What if somebody should put a weather strip on that door? Things are creeping in here when you don't... What is that, a Merry December 27th? Are you making your own holidays, Mr. Van Steeden?
No, but I didn't see you fellas Christmas.
Well, that's all right,
Did you have a good Christmas, Harry?
Oh, I had a high old time.
He's had high old times, but he got altitude with this last high old time. But what? From his looks, I don't think he's drowned as yet, as a matter of... What sort of a day did you have, Mr. Van Steeden?
I was going all day.
Okay.
Christmas carols, community things, solos around in people's backyards.
Gee, you spent the whole day singing, Pete?
I must have sung Abdullah Bulbul Amir 200 times, Harry.
Abdullah Bulbul.
Well, what kind of a carol is that? What has Abdul the Bulbul Amir got to do with Christmas?
Abdul's a Turk.
Yeah.
Turks come from Turkey, and Turkey goes with Christmas.
I can't say that.
I hear it. I'll join you outside as soon as I wind this up. What did you sing for an encore? Cranberry Me Not on the Lone Prairie?
Okay, Alan, just for that, here's your loaf of bread back.
Thanks.
What's that?
Alan gave me a loaf of bread for Christmas.
A loaf of bread?
He said if somebody gave me an electric toaster for Christmas, I'd be sitting pretty.
Well, just because you didn't get the toaster, you don't have to give me this bread back, Van Steeden. I don't.
A crumb will feel more at home with a loaf of bread than I will.
He who tells a joke and runs away will live to tell a joke some other day. And he who has the last laugh in radio is but a music cue, Mr. Van Steeden. And with this sage rejoinder, left over from Harry's turkey stuffing, we turn to the latest news of the week. The Ipana News presents The World in Review. New York City, New York. Selznick International production of Gone with the Wind, the motion picture eagerly awaited by millions who read the book, has triumphant opening in New York City. Celebrities involved in making a picture are acclaimed by press and public. Ipana News interviews some of the little fellows whose names didn't come up at the opening, but whose activities made Gone with the Wind possible. First, Mr. Mervyn Nard. What about this sensational picture, Mr. Nard?
Why, if it wasn't for me, Gone with the Wind would never have been made.
Well, I didn't see your name among the screen credits. Mr. Selznick produced the picture, didn't he?
Yes.
Victor Fleming directed it?
Yes.
Max Steiner wrote the music?
Yes.
Walter Plunkett designed the costume?
Yes.
And still you...
Yes. I maintain that the man who really started the ball rolling was little old yours truly, Mervyn Nard.
You?
Yes. I, Mervyn Nard, said the one word that made the picture possible.
Well, how did it happen?
Well, it was 3 years ago in March. Mr. Selznick buzzed for me.
You flew to his office?
Yes.
And?
Mr. Selznick was reading the last page of a book. I stood at attention. Mr. Selznick finished reading. He put the book on his desk. He raised his eyes to mine.
And said?
Mervyn, he said, this book will make a great picture. I met his glance. I said, yes.
That is what started Gone with the Wind?
Yes.
If you had said no that morning, what would have happened?
I'd have been fired. I'm a yes man.
Aren't we all? And thank you, Mr. Mervyn. Yes, and yes to you. The man at the studio who had the most trouble with the picture was a gentleman named Humphrey Dill. Mr. Dill.
I've been 30 years in the picture game, and I never seen nothing like I've been through on Gone with the Wind.
Well, what is it you do at the studio, Mr. Dill?
I'm the adjective man.
The adjective man?
Yeah. When a producer finishes a picture, he turns in the details to me.
Oh, and you?
I make up an adjective to fit the picture.
Well, I still don't.
Look, I'll explain it.
Oh, all right.
Supposing the studio finishes a picture called Chaos Over Pottstown.
Yeah?
The producer gives me the details. I see it ain't colossal. I see there ain't no adjective to describe Chaos Over Pottstown.
What do?
I use a word like significant. This picture is significant. You can take it either way.
Oh, I see. But about Gone with the Wind.
Well, Mr. Selznick, give me the details.
They were stupendous.
It's the biggest thing to come out of Hollywood. So I start going through my adjectives.
And?
I ain't got an adjective in my repertoire big enough to fit it.
What about colossal?
Colossal, titanic, mammoth, Brobdingnagian, cyclopean. For the first time in my life, they won't do.
So?
So I started compounding adjectives like Titan gigantuan.
Yeah.
Super calastic.
Yeah.
Glamonificent.
Those are pretty big words.
Not big enough for this picture. I seen it was futile. I dismantled the adjectives I was working on.
And gave up?
I had to. The picture's too big for white.
And Gone with the Wind has been released without an adjective?
I'm just calling it a long picture, mister.
A masterpiece of understatement. And thank you, Mr. Humphrey Dill. An actress who almost played the part of Scarlet in Gone with the Wind is Miss Stephanie Culpepper. How did you miss out on the scarlet part, Miss Culpepper?
I was too thorough, Sugar.
Too thorough?
I sure enough was. I got too deep into the character. That was my undoing.
What happened?
Well, back in 1935, the studio called me for a test. I thought they would just audition and draw.
Oh, I see.
I met the director, Mr. Somebody. He says, honey, your drawl is bragging. If you can act like you can draw, he said, the part is yours.
And you did a scene from the picture?
With the camera right there.
Oh. And what was the trouble?
I was too thorough.
Well, how do you mean, Miss Culpepper?
Well, the director said, play Scarlet as a green kid.
Yes.
Your future looks black, and you're feeling blue.
Yes.
Lose your courage and turn yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Then steal yourself and show you're in the pink.
A complicated bit of acting, I must say.
Yes, Scarlet was green, black, blue, yellow, and pink. That's the way I played her, but I was too thorough.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, the test was in Technicolor. I come out plaid.
Oh. Condolences, and thank you, Miss Stephanie Culpepper. The only boner found in the entire picture was traced to one Mr. Belclair Scriven. How did this boner possibly creep in, Mr. Scriven?
It was my fault. It was a fatal literary lapse.
Oh, a literary... Oh, did you write the picture scenario?
Me? Why, one man couldn't write Gone with the Wind. It was a creative project.
Really? Well, how was the picture written?
60 writers, working day and night in 12-hour shifts.
You don't say.
Yes, I do. The script passed along on an assembly line.
Yes.
Typewriters put in verbs and conjunctions.
Yes.
Literary big shots bolted on sentences. The chap who did whole paragraphs was pure cement.
And your task was?
I was a suffix clincher.
Oh, you just added the suffixes.
Yes, for instance, if the word child passed me on the assembly belt, I would add hood. Childhood.
Yes.
Sweet, I'd add nest.
Sweetness.
Nuff, I'd add ing.
The word nuff.
Don't mean a thing if it ain't got that ing.
But about this single boner in Gone with the Wind.
It is a missing suffix. It was my fatal lapse.
How did it happen?
I had been working 27 days and nights without sleeping. I was perfect happy.
I can imagine.
We were coming into that scene where Scarlet meets Red for the first time. I was sitting at the assembly belt. I started nodding.
Yes.
Butt came by, I added the lur. Butler.
Yes.
Scar came by, I added the left. Scarlet.
Yes.
Then she spoke, and I must have dozed off.
You missed the suffix?
I did, yes. Scarlet said hello. I didn't add the O.
And when Scarlet greets Rhett in the picture today...
It's a bugle call.
I see. And what picture are you working on now, Mr. Scriven?
I am not with MGM at the moment.
Well, where will a letter reach you?
Care of the menswear in Macy's basement.
And still you're no bargain, Mr. Belclair Scriven. And now the Arcana News brings you a digest version of the masterpiece Gone with the Wind, running to 1,037 pages in book form, lasting 3 hours and 45 minutes on the screen. Gone with the Wind is here through the miracle of radio, given to you in 3 seconds, presenting our condensation of Gone with the Wind, the gun with the wind. Thank you. We have some fife players in here, too. And now as long as the drum corps doesn't show up, we're all right. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Merry Macs who have picked up a sideline and are singing at the Paramount Theater this week close in on our microphone to render Santa Claus's theme song, Jingle Bells.
Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh, right up fields we go, and we're laughing all the way. Bells on Montpellier, making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleighing song tonight. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Oh, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. two ago, I thought I'd take a ride. Soon I had Miss Penny Bride feeling by my side. The horse was lean and lanky, and misfortune seemed his lot. He ran the sleigh to a drifted bank, and we got a stop. Jingle, 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 jingle all the way, all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle, jingle, jingle bells, jingle all the way, all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Now the ground is wide, go through it while you're young. Just take the girls tonight and sing this playing song. Jingle, 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 jingle bells, jingle all the way that way. What fun it is to ride in the one-horse open sleigh. Jingle, 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 jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, we have a lot of fun riding in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle, jingle, jingle all the way. Jingle, 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 jingle all the way. Jingle all the way.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, since we are still knee-deep in the holiday season, this is a good time.
Here it comes. Here it comes. Now we'll have a little more Merry Christmas and a big dash of Happy New Year. Personally, I'd like a little Arbor Day for a change.
What's the trouble, chum, if I may call you chum?
Oh, no trouble at all, only I don't like holidays.
Oh, come now. Not even this in-between time?
Especially this in-between time. The more I think of the presents I got, the madder I get.
Really?
Some neckties that'd come in handy if you had a flag of stripe. Pardon me. Some cigars that are guaranteed to rid the house of termites, and a lot of bills that'll take me to spring. Don't look now, but I'm getting a cold for New Year's, so maybe you've noticed.
Well, if Fred didn't, I did. Chum. Seriously, I can tell you what to do for your cold. Take Sal Hepatica to help fight that cold faster. And to substantiate that statement, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to pass along the results of a recent impartial survey among physicians conducted by leading medical journals. In this survey, it was found that 7 out of 10 physicians prescribe a saline laxative when treating a cold. And Sal Hepatica is, we believe, the outstanding saline laxative in America. There are 2 very good reasons for this, which you can check with your own doctor. First,
Sal Hepatica acts quickly, yet it is exceptionally gentle.
And remember, since the progress of a cold is quick, this greater speed of Sal Hepatica is especially important in fighting it. Second,
Sal Hepatica also helps nature counteract the acidity that so often accompanies a cold.
So you see, Sal Hepatica helps in 2 ways, and helps faster. Get an economical bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist before another day goes by. Then, whenever a cold threatens, just take 2 teaspoonfuls of Sal Hepatica in a glass of water. Help nature get you through the new year with less time out for colds. With gentle, quick-acting Sal Hepatica.
Van Steeden and his Artana Ickies have just played. They've given us the Reader's Digest version of It Had to Be You. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we present our guest star...
Mr. Allen!
Yeah, oh, yes, Portland.
Mama sent this back.
Sent what? Oh, what's this little bar?
It's that perfume you gave Mama for Christmas.
Oh, doesn't your mother like perfume?
Yes, but Mama said this kind was for throwing, not using.
What does your mother mean, throwing?
Mama said this perfume is generally put up in little glass bottles instead of in bottles.
Did your mother try it?
Yes. Mama put some on her dress.
And?
3 moths came out of her skirt and gave themselves up.
What do you know?
Then Mama got too near the candles on the Christmas tree.
And?
Her left sleeve exploded.
Nothing else happened, I hope.
Well, not till Mama rubbed some of the perfume behind her ears.
And then what happened?
Mama's right ear came off in her hand.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
That's what Mama said when her other ear came off.
Your mother said what?
It's ridiculous.
Why, now, wait a minute. This whole thing is getting ridiculous. Who is our guest star tonight?
Well, all of the other programs are having guest experts sum up the old year and predict for 1940.
Oh, and don't tell me that you have dug up a whimsy expert for us.
Yes, he's America's foremost authority on wit and humor.
To wit?
Mr. Robert Benchley.
Thank you.
Well, good evening, Mr. Benchley.
Yes, as evenings go, I'd say it is a good evening, friend. That is up to now. The thing that worries me is what happens from now on.
Why, we could have had the censor up to clear your throat, you know, and everything else.
I could have sworn that, wasn't it?
We had everything else cleared but your throat for the program. Well, you all ready?
Oh, I guess as ready as I will be.
I know, when the frogs are waving. Well, the purpose of this meeting is to dissect humor and the professional humorist. Now, tonight, Mr. Benchley, you are the guinea pig.
Well, it's a character part for me, Fred, but I'll do the best I can. A guinea pig. Gosh, I wish you'd told me how to come in tails.
That joke isn't a sample of your humor, Mr. Benchley.
No, Fred, I was just feeling out the audience. That joke was sort of a throwaway, you know?
Well, it's too bad you didn't throw it away before you got in here.
Yeah, I'll know better next time, if there is a next time. Well, as Robespierre said on the steps of the guillotine, tout comprendre et tout pardonner.
What does that mean, Mr. Benchley?
What?
I said, what does that say to, whatever that was, what does it mean?
Well, it loses so much in the translation, Fred. Why bother?
Fine. Well, we'll get right into our interview.
All right, I'm still the guinea pig.
If you don't mind.
No, not at all. I just wanted to make sure. If I'm supposed to be a guinea pig and play it as a mongoose, it's going to sound rather confusing.
Yes, it is.
Well, that's all I've got to say.
Oh, you must have more to say than that, Mr. Benchley.
Well, just as a matter of fact, I have. What I meant was that's all I've got to say on this page. I'm turning now.
Oh. Considerate of you, Mr. Benchley, I'm sure.
Oh, that's all right. May I trouble you to wet my finger, please?
Well, not at all. Pardon my tongue.
Pardon my finger. There we are. I've turned.
Fine. Now, tell me, is it true that you are America's foremost authority on wit and humor?
Well, I don't like to come right out and say it, Fred, but I'm not the one to make it unanimous either. But millions of people are saying it, and where there's so much smoke, there must be some fire.
Yes, I'll say. Now, how did you get this reputation?
Oh, I forget. I happened to be standing at a bar one night.
Standing?
Yes, it was early in the evening. Someone said, that Benchley is the world's foremost authority on wit and humor. I forget who said it. It may have been me. I don't know.
It started as a rumor, then.
Yes, I picked it up and sort of blabbed the word around. The thing caught on, and overnight, you might say, I was made.
Well, did you come from a funny family?
Yes, I did. We used to get a lot of laughs around the house just looking at each other. My father was a belly laugh.
Even as you today are no titter. As John Hancock used to put it on occasion, c'est la physiognomie.
What does that mean, Fred?
Well, it loses so much. But tell me, Mr. Benchley, when did you first start to get funny?
My first bright remark, historians tell me,
was made at the Baby Show in Worcester, Massachusetts in 1894.
You recall it?
Verbatim.
Good.
I won first prize at the Baby Show. The judge stooped over my cradle with the medal. I said, "You can't pin anything on me. My mother beat you to it."
Rollicking, I must say.
Thank you.
And that started you on your career as combination wit and Merry Andrew?
Yes, Fred. The rest is history. I rested on my laurels for 20 years.
And what happened?
My spine blossomed. In 1930, I won first prize at the flower show, standing on my hands.
Good for you. Now, since you are an authority, Mr. Benchley, I think our listeners might enjoy having you clear up a few minor things, including your throat. You want to take time out?
No, it's okay.
We'd like to have you clear up a few minor things about you don't think part of your mustache got down there. But I think our listeners might enjoy having you clear up a few minor things about wit and humor that tend to confuse the average person.
Oh, I'll be glad to, Fred. What's on your mind?
Well, first, what is a joke?
A joke? Well, when you hear a man say, "Did you hear the one about?" Then he goes,
Yes?
Well, what comes between "Did you hear the one about?" and that's the joke.
Well, that Have you any statistics on wit and humor covering 1939?
Well, I did have, but Dr. Gallup borrowed my pole this morning. He was behind in his shinnying or something. But I have a few loose ends in my head.
Oh, I thought those were your sideburns.
Oh, they're just old loose ends. They've got hair on them.
They ought to come in mighty handy for tugging. Well, what joke, according to your loose ends, was told the most last year?
The Joe Miller survey rates as the outstanding joke of 1939 that one where one Albanian says to the other Albanian, "What's the best way to keep a dead fish from smelling?"
Does the second Albanian answer?
Unfortunately, yes. The second Albanian says the best way to keep a dead fish from smelling is to cut off its nose.
Where does the where does the joke come in?
Well, no one seems to know. I've had a dead fish in my lab all year working on that joke. I cut off the nose.
And does the fish smell?
I doubt it. Everyone else is complaining, but the fish apparently gives no evidence of resenting itself.
Then the outstanding joke of 1939 is founded on a fallacy.
Exactly. Cutting off the fish's nose would have no effect on its olfactory reception whatsoever.
But the essence of a joke is still involved.
Yes, the joke is that a fish smells through its gills.
Well concealed, I must say.
Yes, the nose obviously is cut off as a come-on. But that's the trend. That joke is number one on the wit parade.
Now, what is your favorite joke of all time, Mr. Benchley?
Oh, I've said so many funny things, Fred.
I know, but your favorite.
Well, I guess it's that one about the little Indian boy who got his foot caught in his papoose bag and couldn't get it out.
What happened?
The boy had to go through life living on his mother.
Very good.
Thank you.
Excuse me if I don't laugh, Mr. Benchley. We're pressed for time.
I understand quite.
Well, what would you say is the outlook for wit and humor in 1940?
The outlook is pretty drab, Fred. I'm giving up the game. In fact, I'm going to do another business. Christmas present consultant.
What is a Christmas present consultant?
Well, if you receive a Christmas present that presents a problem, for a nominal sum, I'll solve it for you.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, I got a call this morning up on Central Park West. A man received 20 pounds of puffy for Christmas.
Really?
He didn't know what to do with it.
He called you in?
At 3 o'clock this morning.
An emergency. What did you do?
Well, I broke every window in this client's apartment. That 20 pounds of putty was gone in no time.
Pretty soft for you.
Yeah, I sure made an impression there.
Good.
I had another call. A man received a grand piano for Christmas. His apartment was too small. With the piano in it, the man was sleeping in the hall.
What was your solution?
I burned the legs of the piano in the fireplace, stood the piano up on end.
Yes?
Today, that man has a harp and a place to sleep. That's all on the day's work, friend.
Yes, I guess it is. Have you been successful with all of your clients?
I'm infallible, Fred. Only yesterday I was called in by a family on the drive.
What was wrong there?
They were playing bridge on a new table, a Christmas present.
Uh-huh.
They had open house, and a bum walked in and got in the bridge game. They sent for me.
Were you able to get the bum out of the bridge game?
Oh, in no time. I arrived at the house. They dealt me in.
Yes?
I did one no tramp.
Yes?
The bum blushed and withdrew.
Amazing, Mr. Benchley. But this is a seasonal profession. I suppose when Christmas is over, you'll return to your public.
Yes, Fred. As a matter of fact, I'm leaving for Hollywood next week.
Oh, are you going to make another picture?
Well, I've got to. The studio just discovered it has 2 dishes left over. Well, bonsoir, Fred.
Bonsoir? What does that mean?
It leaves so much in the translation.
Why, Father? Well, I get it. Thank you. I get it, but vaguely. And thank you, Mr. Robert Benchley. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Wynne Murray, dressed in her best bib and tucker, is here to sing for us Great Day.
When you're down and out, lift up your head and shout, there's gonna be a great day. When skies were dark, came Noah's Ark. Amen. When lions roared, came Daniel's Lord. Amen. Lord, help those who pray. And on judgment, when you're down and out, lift up your head and shout, there's gonna be a great day. Angels in the sky promise that by and by there's gonna be a great day. Gabriel will warn you, Summerlin warn you, will hear his horn. It's not far away, hold up your hands and say, there's gonna be a great day. When you are feeling down and out, just lift your head and shout, there's gonna be a great day. When all the angels in the sky promise by and by, there's gonna be a great day. Gabriel will warn you, Summerlin warn you, will hear his horn. It's not far away, hold up your hands and say, there's gonna be a great day.
Thank you. At this point, ladies and gentlemen...
excuse me, Mr. I got a special package for this gentleman here, Fred Allen.
No, this is the microphone. I'm Fred Allen.
My specs are a mite misty here. Oh, they're careful now. That package is marked for Jilly.
Well, I'll treat it tenderly.
All right.
Why, it's a phonograph record. To Fred Allen and Company from Harry Von Zell, a New Year's greeting. You mind if we play it now, Harry?
No, of course not. Go ahead.
Will you put this record on the machine, Ted? Here it goes.
Fred, I sincerely hope you in Portland and everyone else on the show start 1940 happy and healthy, and that you'll stay that way throughout the year. And any time you feel a cold coming on, I know you'll do the wise thing and fight that cold faster with sparkling Sal Hepatica, Sal Hepatica, Sal Hepatica, Sal Hepatica, Sal Hepatica,
There must be a crack in that. There's a crack in that record. Give the needle a push, will you?
Sal Hepatica, Sal Hepatica. Because in the first place, Sal Hepatica is speedy, yet it is very gentle. And speed, you know, is mighty important in fighting a cold. And just as important, Sal Hepatica also helps nature counteract the acidity that so frequently accompanies a cold. So in 2 ways, Sal Hepatica helps fight cold and helps faster. Remember that 7 out of 10 doctors prescribe a saline laxative in treating a cold. And Sal Hepatica is, we believe, America's outstanding saline laxative. So for faster action against cold, see that your medicine cabinet is never without gentle, quick-acting Sal Hepatica.
hepatica, sal hepatica, sal hepatica, sal hepatica, sal The Fred Allen Show will continue immediately following a brief pause for your station identification. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the question of the week. This is Mr. and Mrs. Average Man's Round Table, where three persons selected from our studio audience are invited to give their opinions on a question that concerns some prominent issue of the day. These little sessions are entirely unrehearsed. Fred takes his place now at the round table where he meets his fellow debaters for the first time. Are you ready over there, Fred?
Yes, Harry. The forum is declared officially open. Portland will introduce our first member.
Yes, Mr. William Friedman from the Bronx.
Well, good evening, Mr. Friedman.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
May I? I thought for a minute you had borrowed Mr. Benchley's frog there, but I guess everything's going to be all right.
I have no mustache.
Well, he hasn't much left. I guess most of it's in his throat. But I was going to ask you, do you mind if I ask you what your profession is?
I'm a lawyer.
A lawyer, really? Well, it's too bad. If I'd known you were coming up, I'd have borrowed 3 or 4 cases from the Goodwill Court, so you'd have felt more at home. Tell me, did you graduate from a law school here in New York City?
No, I come from an out-of-town law school.
An out-of-town? You wouldn't care to name it?
Oh, yes, Harvard Law School.
Oh, Harvard. Oh, yeah, that's up near where we live up there. Harvard turns out some mighty good men. Not in football, but I mean in the law school. I knew a fellow who was a very brilliant student at the Harvard Law School. He finished his 4 years in 3 years, sued the college, and got his 4th year tuition back. But I was going to ask you, Mr. Friedman, would it be unethical if I were to ask you for some professional advice here in public? I'm not getting your fee ready. I mean,
No, I don't think it would be unethical.
Well, I have a legal problem that's been bothering me. Did you hear Jack Benny's program last Sunday night?
No, I'm sorry. I missed that one, Fred.
Did you hear it the week before?
Yes, the week before I heard it.
Oh, you're one of the every other week Benny listeners. Well, the sooner everybody feels that way, the better off it'll be for me. He'll have to add it in. But what I was going to ask you, last week on his program, you know, Jack, Benny, and I are supposed to make a picture together next summer for Paramount. And last Sunday night on his program, he called up the Paramount Studios, Mr. Mark Sandridge, the producer there, and said that he refused to make a picture with me. Now, can I, by any legal rights involved there, can I protect myself?
Well, absolutely. I'd sue him for everything under the sun.
Well, I don't think he's got all of that yet. Of course, suing him for everything under the sun would take in all of his California holdings. I get those. But you think I can sue him? He can't run out on me, huh?
No, I chase him through every state in the Union.
Well, of course, I doubt if he'd last that long. It's uphill in Montana. But do you think, as long as I can sue him, do you think that if we make the picture that Paramount can sue Benny and me later?
Well, that depends on the movie critics.
That depends on the picture. Well, thank you a lot, Mr. Friedman. Now, Portland.
Mr. Thomas Broadleaf from Brooklyn.
Good evening, Mr. Broadleaf.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
Well, that's nice. You brought your own studio audience with you. Okay. Well, that's the coming thing. A lot of the radio comedians have portable studio audiences they carry around with them. But I was going to ask you, what do you do over in Brooklyn?
I'm the manager of a garage.
Oh, a garage, are you? Well, what do you, how's business?
Rotten.
It is?
Very bad.
Well, don't you think there are not enough cars in the country today?
Yeah, there's plenty of cars, but they're not running them.
Oh, you're just buying the cars and leaving them in front of the house? Well, that makes work for the policemen. They nicely come around and give everyone tickets. Well, thank you a lot, Mr. Broadleaf. The vice president is waving at me. My time is rapidly disappearing here. Next, Portland.
Mr. Wesley Fraser from Astoria, Long Island.
Good evening, Mr. Fraser. Oh, you have a small.
Just one.
Well, maybe after the program, your following will improve. May I ask your business if I'm not too nosy?
Yes, I'm a haberdasher, Fred.
Oh, a haberdasher?
A haberdasher.
Well, I guess you're pretty well tired out after the Christmas
Very
rush.
tired, yes.
You are, huh? There have been so many jokes about neckties on the program, I was going to ask you, I hope that you hadn't foisted any on your customers to give away for Christmas.
No, that's one thing I don't do.
The customer's always right. I got a necktie this year. It looks like a sun-kissed antipasto. It's worth about $1. I'll have to spend $2 for a muffler, I guess, to hide it, so I lose it. Well, thank you a lot, Mr. Fraser, and that brings us to our question. Tonight's question is sort of a double feature. It concerns a marital problem, and in order that husbands and wives may both have a go at it, we're going to use the same question again next Wednesday. Now, tonight, our board members consist of 3 married men. You are married, Mr. Friedman?
Yes, Mr. Allen.
And Mr. Broadleaf?
Yes, sir, Mr. Allen.
And Mr. Fraser?
That's right.
You're all married. We're all married, and I'm the only one who looks it. Our question tonight is, after living together 50 weeks each year, when the 2-week vacation period arrives in the summer, should husbands and wives take their vacations together, or should they go their separate ways and enjoy a real vacation alone? Now, Mr. Friedman, do you think married couples should take their vacations alone?
No, I think they should take, Mr. Allen, they should take it alone.
They should separate at vacation
Absolutely.
time. And why? Now, the husbands had no trouble. I sensed the husbands were going to organize. You think that the couple should take their vacations alone?
Yes, I do, Fred. And the reason, I presume you'd like to know?
Yes, I would.
Well, I think that if they separate, they'll appreciate each other all the more when they get together after the vacation is over.
Well, thank you.
They'll forget about the rolling pins and things.
All right, thank you, Mr. Friedman. And Mr. Broadleaf, what do you think about
Well, you got me on the spot, Fred. My wife is sitting right here.
If you can't get back in the house tonight, you can come home with me. Just tell us how you feel about it, Mr. Broadleaf.
Well, I think a husband should take his wife with him.
You both should go away together.
Absolutely. I have to say it.
You have to say it, huh? Well, how do you feel about it, Mr. Fraser?
Well, I definitely think they should take them separate.
They should take their vacation separate. And why do you say that?
Well, as you say, after 50 weeks together, I think they should separate. It gives them a chance to get a sort of a mental house cleaning, if you know what I mean. To think back to the arguments and things like that.
And they should separate. Well, that is 2 for taking separate vacations, and Mr. Broadleaf, whose wife is here and is speaking under duress, should go away. Well, they seem to have decided, our married men, that the ideal vacation for married couples, 2 to 1, is to take their vacations together. Now, next week, we're inviting 3 wives to give us their opinions. The week after that, I'll probably have to hide. Our forum closes on a note of suspense, and thank you, gentlemen, for your kind cooperation. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Merrimacs, who, since we have heard from them early in the program, have done 4 shows at the Paramount, return to sing Oh, Johnny, Oh. Oh, Johnny, how you can love. Oh, Johnny, heavens above. You make my sad heart jump with joy. And when you're near, I just can't sit still a minute. I just, oh, Johnny, please tell me, dear, what makes me love you so? You're not handsome, it's true, but when I look at you, I just, oh, Johnny, oh. Oh, Johnny, how you can laugh. Oh, Johnny, heavens above. You make my sad heart jump with joy. And when you're near, I just can't sit still a minute. I just, oh, Johnny, please tell me, dear, what makes me love you so? You're not handsome, it's true, but when I look at you, I just, oh, Johnny, oh, Johnny. Oh, Johnny, how you can love it. Oh,
Johnny, please tell me, dear, what you got that makes me love you so? For your face is probably stop and lock it through, but when I take a look at you, I just... Johnny. No, Johnny. Johnny. Oh, Johnny, 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 oh.
Thank you. This coming Monday, in order to justify my sobriquet, public philanthropist number 1, I'm going to toss a little New Year's dinner for everyone on this program. Now, wait a minute. It won't be elaborate, you understand. Just the turkey so tender, it will collapse gracefully at the mere sight of the carving set. Ruby red cranberry sauce, pearly creamed onions, mashed potatoes whipped to a frothy frenzy.
Say, Fred, you aren't forgetting anything, are you?
Well, I thought you'd take the turkey stuffing and the plum pudding for granted, Harry.
No, Fred. What I meant was that you're going to have so many soft, creamy, well-cooked foods.
Well, what would you suggest, Herschel?
Ipana toothpaste and massage.
Not for New Year's dinner, Harry.
No, of course not for New Year's dinner, Fred. For every day in the new year, because so many of the foods we all eat, delicious as they are too soft to give our gums the work they have to have for healthy firmness. And as a result, gums are apt to grow tender and touchy and flash a warning signal, a tinge of pink on your toothbrush. When you see that, see your dentist. Quite often, his verdict will simply be,
your gums have grown lazy from lack of exercise. They need more stimulation to keep them firm and healthy.
And very often, as so many dentists do, he will add,
your gums will respond to the healthful stimulation of Ipana toothpaste and massage.
So adopt this easy, modern dental routine. Massage with Ipana. Help to keep your teeth brighter, your gums firmer, and naturally your smile one of winning charm. Tomorrow, without fail, go to your druggist for an economical tube of Ipana toothpaste.
Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the farewell appearance of the mighty Allen Art Players for 1939. Tonight, they dramatize an episode filched from the secret clinical files of a famous psychoanalyst. The sketch is called and Neurosis. Or, the patient was the well-dressed man, his straitjacket had a belt in the back. Now the action takes place.
Professor Allen's Psychoanalysis Clinic.
The time?
The present.
The characters?
Professor Allen, Professor Allen's nurse, several patients, and Napoleon.
Napoleon? Who's Napoleon?
I'm Napoleon.
Professor Allen's mental clinic, happy in addition. Hello? No, Professor Allen just went out. He said he had to see a man about a dogma. Yes, I'll tell him. Goodbye.
Oh, a Freudian good morning, nurse. And how are all my subnormal patients this morning?
They're still subnormal. They're asking for you.
Only a suppressed schizophrenic would attempt to belittle the world's greatest authority on psychoanalysis, nurse. Why, my cures have set the Ouija board back 20 years.
What cures?
What cures? What about Mrs. M. of Dallas, Texas? Mrs. M. came to me with an oolong fixation. She thought she was a tea bag. Well, I kept her in hot water for 3 months. She left here cured.
She paid you for keeping her in hot water?
I soaked her for $200, yes. Take my other cure, the Brothers J of Biddeford, Maine.
What was the matter with them?
The Brothers J thought they were bookends. They were going through life 6 inches apart. I walked between them saying, I am the Encyclopedia Britannica. The bookend fixation was shattered. The brothers left my clinic through different windows, cured.
That shuts me up.
Another cure. I am uncanny.
Excuse me, Doctor.
Yes, 702.
I feel the urge.
Very well, 702. Here's your piece of bread.
Thank you. Who is that?
702 thinks she's a hamburger. Has to have a piece of bread before she'll sit down. I keep slicing the bread thinner and thinner. She'll be on her own in no time. Take a note for the medical journal.
Yes, sir.
Case 648. A specimen of exalted ego inflation. 648 was under the delusion that he was the president. By degrees, I reduced him to thinking he was vice president, then Secretary of the Interior, then Saul Bloom.
His ego was subsiding?
His ego was subsiding rapidly. Yesterday, I had him down to thinking he was a Republican. He was practically cured.
What happened?
I must have gone too far with my treatment. This morning, he woke up thinking he was Jack Benny. Well, I took him to the isolation ward, a hopeless moron. Oh, this must be a new patient. Put on your shoes, nurse, and open the door.
Yes, sir.
Professor Allen.
Be seated, please.
No, hold on. Now, just a minute. I've got something...
Oh, yes. You are a victim of repressed
here. Let go of my tongue. I'm not a patient.
No?
No, you maniac. I'm Rodney Tate, manager of the Cosmopolitan Opera Company.
But I'm not...
Our opera season opens tonight, and I'm terribly worried about our star tenor.
Florence Flibbit?
Yes. He's a victim. A victim of recurring hallucinations.
What form has Flibbit's phobia assumed?
He thinks he's a chicken.
A chicken?
Yes, a chicken.
His condition has been brought on by some foul experience. Am I right?
Yes. Mr. Flibbit made a concert appearance last week.
Yes?
Variety, a theatrical weekly, ran a headline
saying,
Flibbit lays an egg.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Flibbit is an artist. He began to brood about this thing.
That egg-laying phrase has perforated his subconscious.
Exactly. Today at rehearsal, Mr. Flibbit started flapping his arms and crowing in a finale.
He didn't follow through?
No. No. Mr. Flibbit did not lay an egg, no.
Good. Where is the patient now?
He's right outside. I'll call him in here.
Do that.
Florence, come in.
I'm a chicken.
Dad, definite symptoms of poultry mania, a form of dementia peacock. Look at me, Mr. Flibbit.
I'm a chicken.
No. Mr. Flibbit. You have no feathers, you see? That proves you're not a chicken, doesn't it?
No, it proves I'm molting.
This is ridiculous. Now, Ellen, Flibbit has got to sing tonight. He's starring in Rigoletto.
Now, don't worry, Mr. Tate.
Well, I can't.
I'll clear up, peace of mind, Tate, old man. We have enough trouble with Flibbit here. I'll clear up Flibbit's condition in time for his performance.
Can you guarantee a cure, Professor?
Absolutely.
Good.
I shall start treatment immediately.
I'm a chicken.
Quiet, Mr. Flibbit. No bragging. Now, Mr. Tate.
Yes, Professor.
You take Flibbit inside to my clinic and squat him on an electric light bulb.
Yes.
When he sees he cannot hatch it, presto, the delusion will be shattered.
Oh, yes.
Flibbit will return to his normal senses.
Indeed, yes. Come along, Florence.
Get me a nest. I want to sit down.
I'll get
An interesting specimen, eh, nurse?
If that guy's a chicken, make mine pot roast.
Your sang-froid is out of place in psychoanalysis circles, nurse. What is that letter on your desk there?
It's in case 527.
Oh, yes. 527 checked out 10 days ago, completely cured. Well, it's probably another testimonial. What does he say?
Dear Professor Allen, 2 weeks ago I came to you obsessed with the idea that I was Al Jolson.
Yes?
You cured me in 3 days and discharged me.
Go on.
Now that I'm back in Hollywood, an embarrassing situation has come up. It seems that I really am Al Jolson. As a result of your cure, no one can make me believe I'm myself. What shall I do? Signed, Al Jolson.
Yeah, the distortion of individuation. I treated Dr. Jekyll for the same trouble. Take a letter.
Yes, sir.
Dear Al, if you really are Jolson, get down on one knee. Say Mammy 50 times. It will all come back to you in blackface. Have you got that?
Yes, sir. I'm a chicken.
Are you in again? Where's that manager of
I
yours?
am right here, Professor. That confounded cure of yours didn't work at all.
Impossible.
Well, it didn't work.
You sat Flibbit on the light bulb as I prescribed?
Yes, I did, but the darn thing broke. He thought he'd laid a scrambled egg.
Yeah, the yolk was on me.
Quiet,
Now,
Flibbit.
Ellen, you have got to do something. I'm holding you responsible for this man.
I'll come through, Tate. My next move is auto-suggestion.
What is that?
Take Flibbit back to my clinic.
Yes.
Put some paper bloomers on him. He'll start thinking he's a lamb chop. We can proceed from there.
Oh, yes, good. Very well. Come on, Florence.
Put me in a kettle. I want to be put in
You're going to be a lamb chop. Now, get in
Dad, this Flibbit case is extending me neurotically. Professor Allen's Psychoanalysis Clinic, Inhibitions Especially. Hello.
I want to speak to Professor Allen, please.
You're speaking to Professor Allen, madam.
What became of the man who answered the telephone?
I am the man who answered the telephone.
Oh, put Professor Allen on, please.
I am Professor Allen.
Really? Who was that other man who answered the phone?
It was I. I am Professor Allen.
One at a time, gentlemen, please.
Hello?
Who is this, please?
Professor Allen talking.
You're on a busy wire, Professor.
I know it. You called me up, madam.
So I did. Professor, I've got to see you.
I should say so.
When can I have an appointment?
Let me see. Friday.
Oh, I can't come Friday. I'm mad at Friday.
You're mad at Friday?
Yes, I like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and all the others.
But you're...
Yes, I'm mad at Friday.
Who are you, madam?
I'm Mrs. Robinson Crusoe.
Mad at Friday? That woman is crazy, nurse. Hello?
That party reversed the charges.
Gad, she isn't as crazy as I thought. Any patients waiting, nurse?
No, sir. Doc, I'm still a chicken.
A chicken, of course.
That is awful, Alan. I've never seen anything like it.
Confound him. Isn't he cured yet?
No, Alan, Mr. Flippett is not cured.
Mr. Tate,
You guaranteed to get Mr. Flippett in shape to sing tonight. He's still a chicken. I'm suing you. I'll ruin your clinic.
Hold on. I'll have you here for observation if you don't watch the tape. I will cure Mr. Tibbet, or Mr. Flibbit. I will cure him if he shows up, too. Come here. Come here. Come here.
I'm a chicken.
Of course you're a chicken. In fact, Mr. Flibbit, you're such a fat little chicken, I'm going to eat you for dinner. Come here, Flibbit.
Wait a minute. What are you doing with that paperweight there, Professor?
I'm going to kill a chicken.
No.
Flibbit, take this.
Stop, wait a minute. Alan, what have you done? You'll get 20 years for this.
Quiet, Tate. I'll dash some water in the patient's face. We'll see how my shock treatment works. Here, Flibbit.
Who's on? Where am I? Gordon, how do you feel?
Well, I feel fine. Why aren't we at the opera, Tate? What am I doing here?
Now, it's all right, Gordon. You were a chicken, but the professor just cured you. Alan, you're a genius.
Oh, it was nothing. Here is your bill, Mr. Flibbit.
Oh, you get my check in the morning, Professor. I've got to rush over to the opera house.
Yes, we must. Just one thing, Professor.
Yeah?
There's no danger of relapse, is there?
None whatsoever.
Oh, good.
Unless Mr. Flibbit is exposed to another sudden shock. Keep him away from those bad notices.
Yes, fine. The Opera House will never forget you, Professor. We'll name the men's foyer and the mezzanine after you, sir.
Oh, that is inferior immortality, and thank you.
Yes.
Good day, gentlemen.
Good day, Professor. Good day.
And remember, Mr. Flibbit, avoid any sudden shock.
I will.
You were wonderful, Professor.
Thank you, nurse. My psychotherapy never fails.
Alan, you no good sizzling bamboozler.
Mr. Tate, what is this?
You told Mr. Flippert to keep away from sudden shocks.
But
He just looked at your bill. It's for $10,000.
It's itemized. What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that, he asked. What's wrong with it? I'll show you what's wrong with it. Torrance, come in here.
I'm a chicken.
He's a chicken.
As we come to the end of another year, ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank every one of you sincerely for the part you have played in making Ipana toothpaste the undisputed leader in its field. You know the splendid job Ipana does in cleaning your teeth. You know how Ipana massage helps strengthen your gums, makes them less susceptible to trouble.
But do you know what goes on behind the scenes to assure you that Ipana will always meet your most exacting requirements?
At the Ipana plant in Hillside, New Jersey, in one of the best research laboratories of its kind in the world, there is a staff of technical experts, including graduate chemists from the foremost universities here and abroad, to ensure the recognized high quality of Ipana toothpaste. In addition, the makers of Ipana employ an independent research laboratory and have even established a fellowship in one of our leading universities for further research in dental hygiene. That's why Ipana is so highly regarded, and why so many dentists recommend the daily use of Ipana and gum massage. So you can readily understand why your favorite toothpaste is America's largest selling toothpaste, Ipana.
Well, that that about winds up our last program for 1939, ladies and gentlemen. We wish you all a happy and prosperous New Year. And don't forget, our first show of the New Year next week brings you your Song of the Week.
Wait a minute.
What does that mean, that Parlez-moi d'amour?
It loses so much in the train.
Oh, well, And our guest star will be...
Carl Johnson, the youngest cornet player in the world.
And music.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.